In the savage kingdom of the African savanna, from the desert to the grassland, wild animals are coming face to face with the world's deadliest snakes. Can the apex predators survive these ruthless survival battles? Drop a comment telling us where you are tuning in from before braving world's deadliest snakes. Survival battles from desert to grassland. In Africa's savage kingdom, from a 3-kilogram snake to a 70-kilogram lizard, venom has existed long before humankind ever discovered it. The dry season makes everything much more challenging. This lioness has just welcomed 2 little ones. She brought them into the world under harsh conditions. Lacking the experience to watch over them alone after a month, she decides to return to the pride. There, she can hunt and fill their bellies with mother's milk. Fortunately, the little ones blend in with the pride very quickly. As for their mother, a skilled hunter, she can focus on what she does best. The entire pride will move, as this parched land no longer offers enough prey for them. On these plains, everything is a brand new world. Every shadow is a mystery waiting to be explored. This is exactly why curiosity can be so costly with the most potent toxins. A Mozambique-spitting cobra appears. It is less than 1 meter in length, the smallest of the African cobra family, but certainly not the least formidable. From a distance of 2.5 meters, the Mozambique-spitting cobra has over 90% accuracy when aiming for the eyes. The cytotoxin will make contact with the corneal membrane, the eye's thinnest protective layer. Neurotoxin adds to the intense discomfort. Within the first few hours, an irreversible process has begun. They cannot undo what has occurred. This is a 24-hour countdown. That afternoon, the pride moves on. They must relocate, following the herds of antelope heading toward the northern waters. The mother has realized something is not quite right. The little boy is growing weak. Even a mother's gentle touch cannot save the cub. The clock is ticking on his time. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. The entire pride must compete over small antelope. If this situation continues, tension will be unavoidable. They must keep moving forward. After a full day, the length of a long slumber, the corneal cells begin to fade from the outside in. The left eye loses its clarity, turning a cloudy gray. He still tries to keep pace. Instinct is stronger than the ache. But the grasslands have become invisible. Every bush is a hurdle. Every hole in the ground is a pitfall. On the morning of the third day, the pride makes its final move. The cub can no longer keep up. The distance between them grows. This wilderness has no room for affection when it becomes a burden the group cannot carry. The majority of young lions do not reach 2 years of age, and that reality makes it even more poignant. This is the way of the wild, not the law of the lions. The cub rests his head for the last time that afternoon. There are no more cries, only the sound of dry grass in the wind. The vultures already know what awaits them. The pride continues on its journey. This time, the mothers will be as cautious as possible around these legless reptiles. The little ones can stay close, but only when the snake is no longer a concern. On the savannah, there is more than one resident with potent toxins. For the mamba, it is a matter of speed and the nervous system. For the cobra, it is about distance and precision. The third one does not require speed. It does not require distance. It only needs perfect patience and an appearance that is completely indistinguishable from its surroundings. The puff adder. It lies perfectly still. Its body temperature matches the ground, leaving no thermal trace to set it apart from the earth. But this is more than just a clever disguise. The puff adder is the only snake in Africa that can suppress its own chemical scent. Mongooses and weasels specifically trained to sniff out snakes fail at a much higher rate when facing this one. This is a creature that even specially trained service dogs cannot track down. But a young leopard has managed to locate it. He is much more careful than the little lion cubs. This is not just a game. With a long and varied menu, this snake will make an ideal appetizer. That is, if the leopard comes out on top first. If a strike lands, things will become much more difficult. The puff adder is one of the swiftest striking snakes in the world. Cell-altering agents will begin to break down tissue from the point of contact outward, not affecting the nerves, but rather every layer of living tissue from the inside out, slowly and irreversibly. If a leg is affected, the leopard will have to part ways with that limb. It is possible he was just reached by the snake, but he still finishes his small hunt. Perhaps he got lucky. It was a dry strike. But luck does not always favor the great predators. Eventually, the time will come when their journey reaches its natural conclusion. Three weeks ago, this male lion still held a position. the highest rank in the power structure, but two younger males arrived and changed that. Now he wanders alone toward the northwest, 12 kilometers away from his former territory. Thin and hungry, solitary, guided only by instinct. This is the final chapter of his life, as he is clearly on his last legs. At 8 to 10 years old. The natural lifespan of a male lion in the wild. His sense of smell is no longer as sharp as it was during his reign. His mane is thinning out, a sign of his lowest testosterone levels. The lion, with senses worn down by years of struggle and movement, does not catch the subtle signals. If the black mamba takes action, it will surely prevail. The black mamba's fluid is primarily composed of neurotoxins. A single strike would cause nerve impulses to overload and lead to tremors, followed by muscle stillness. Intense muscle contractions and a slowing of breath follow. The chance of not making it through is nearly 100%. The lion starts and then moves away. There is no prey to pursue, no obvious rival to face. He continues on, a bit slower, but still moving. This is a creature that has weathered enough storms to know that fear settles nothing. He is unaware that this time, there is nothing left to settle. Dendrotoxins in the black mamba's system are blocking the channels at the nerve endings. Simultaneously, the fluid causes the heart's rhythm to lose its steady beat. Not violently, not suddenly, only a gradual silence of all things. The lion lies down, as he has done thousands of times before. This time, he does not rise. The mamba approaches after 10 minutes. In no hurry, exploring with its tongue, not its eyes. The remains are far too large to be consumed. No snake on this savanna could manage such a meal. The black mamba does not know it has just marked the end of an era. It was simply protecting its home, as it does every single day. About 200 million years ago, dinosaurs began their reign. The common ancestor of snakes, lizards, and iguanas developed early toxin glands. Since then, almost every species has learned one single lesson: steer clear. But not everyone. Some species chose to reinvent themselves in every single molecule of their being. The African mongoose, no thick hide, no venomous fangs, no obvious size advantage, yet it actively seeks out venomous snakes. This is not a case of being reckless. It is a masterclass in technique. The first technique. The mongoose does not go head-to-head. It provokes. Then it switches directions. Then it provokes again. One must never take their eyes off the opponent. The cobra's fangs make contact. But this is not a strike. The cobra has successfully guarded itself against becoming dinner for this yellow mongoose. And the mongoose, the nip startled it and let the snake slip away. It must find someone else for its evening meal. It is not just the yellow-furred ones. All mongoose subspecies are fond of venomous snakes. The Indian grey mongoose, the dwarf mongoose, the slender mongoose. With incredible speed and teeth as sharp as razors, they handle most of the venomous snakes that others avoid. Mambas, cobras, vipers. But why do they choose such high-stakes dinners involving the snake's potent toxins? Within the chain of thousands of amino acids that make up the mongoose's neural receptors, there is a unique link. At position 187 in the protein chain, one amino acid has shifted. This minor change adds a group of molecules that shields the contact point where neurotoxins need to latch on. The toxin arrives, finds the lock in the right spot, but the lock already has a molecular fragment filling the space. The key can no longer enter. To achieve the same effect on a mongoose, it would require a dose of toxin 200 times greater than what it takes for a laboratory mouse. It is the equivalent of an average person needing to take 200 sleeping pills instead of one to feel drowsy. A cobra bite, enough to bring down a large dog, is merely a temporary setback for a mongoose. And this is just the beginning for those who truly consider venomous snakes a staple of their daily diet. The mongoose found a molecular solution, but one creature goes even further, and its way is what makes evolution truly unpredictable. The honey badger. According to the Guinness World Records, the world's most courageous animal. This title was earned because observers have noted the honey badger actively engages cobras, drives lions and leopards away from their meals, and approaches a puff adder with the same steady gaze as when seeking ordinary prey. That composure is built on a biological foundation. The first layer of protection is physical. A honey badger's skin on its neck and back measures 6 millimeters, thicker than the sole of a professional hiking boot. Beneath that is a layer of loose connective tissue, allowing the skin to move independently of the body within. takes hold of its neck, the honey badger can roll with the punches within its own skin to bite back. The second layer of protection is molecular, and this is what makes the honey badger special in its own right. The mongoose adds a molecular fragment to block the contact point. The honey badger alters the electrical charge of that point. The neurotoxin no longer recognizes where to latch on. But evolution did not stop there. Hedgehogs found it too, at a different spot in the protein chain, through a completely separate evolutionary journey. When a cobra faces a hedgehog, it is not just dealing with thousands of sharp quills. Even if those sharp fangs find a gap, the hedgehog still possesses a molecular shield within its body. The hedgehog's cells have altered their structure, much like changing a lock so the toxin key can never fit. In their bloodstream, bodyguard proteins called erinacin are always on standby, ready to hold its own against any toxic molecules that have entered. But it is not only land-dwelling creatures that found a solution. The brown snake eagle represents the next piece of this venom-defying puzzle. Its diet includes cobras, vipers, and most of Africa's larger serpents. Though lacking natural immunity, it possesses the upper hand through a specialized advantage. Its leg scales are significantly thicker and tougher than those of other birds of prey. Over millions of years, these scales evolved into specialized armor for one specific type of quarry. The cobra's hood is certainly no accident either. It was shaped by the very birds that pursue it. A wider frame appears more imposing and difficult to handle from above. Cobras with broader hoods weathered more of these close encounters. The eagle's keen vision simplifies everything. Across millions of years, the hood became increasingly prominent. The eagle adapted in step, a never-ending dance of parallel evolution. Long before any physical meeting takes place on these grasslands, it has already unfolded within an invisible realm. Every serpent on the Mozambique savanna carries an organ most mammals lack. The vomeronasal organ, also known as the Jacobson organ, located in the roof of the mouth. The forked tongue serves as a dual-directional chemical sampling tool. Its two tips measure molecular concentrations independently from two directions, allowing the snake to pinpoint scent sources in 3 dimensions with high precision. A snake, surveying its territory, may flick its tongue up to 22 times per second. When that frequency spikes, it indicates the creature has caught wind of something significant. Mambas and cobras read this grassland like a chemical map. Pheromones leave a trail on the ground as a snake moves, a path that persists for many hours after the traveler has departed. From a single trace, the serpent can determine the species, the direction of travel, and whether it passed recently or at daybreak. This is the silent language of the domain, interpreted by the tongue, not the ears. Yet there is one species that remains silent in this dialogue. The puff adder leaves no readable chemical footprint. It evolved to suppress its own chemical signature. Even cobras and mambas receive no chemical warning regarding the presence of a puff adder. The savanna's most patient serpent is not just hidden from sight. It is also absent from the chemical map others use to steer clear of one another. When two venomous species detect one another and both realize they have found a rival, the next dialogue is written in body language. The black mamba lifts 1/3 of its body off the ground, leaning forward, not standing tall like a cobra, but stretching out as if signaling an impending strike. This signal is only sent when the snake truly intends to engage or needs to discourage a potential threat. The puff adder reacts quite differently. It is not a short puff. Instead, it is a sustained, deliberate sound compressed from the lungs. It is not meant as an empty threat, but to announce, "I am aware of you, and I am prepared." Why do two venomous species typically avoid one another instead of engaging? A snake lacks cross-resistance to a rival's venom. A physical injury means being unable to hunt. An inability to hunt leads to a slow fading away. Chemical systems evolved partly to allow species to recognize one another from afar and choose to bypass each other before the gap closes. Today, the territory lacks enough space for avoidance. The first encounter, the black-necked spitting cobra, a hybrid strategy, deploying its mist before closing in. The goal is to disable the puff adder's visual and sensory organs before it gets close enough for a counterstrike. The puff adder detects the approach late, not due to slow reflexes, but because the cobra's chemical signature is not its primary focus on the sensory map. A second encounter occurs in Ruaha. The snouted cobra is a formidable hunter with an instinct for pursuing other serpents. This cobra's venom targets the nervous system, causing muscle paralysis and a cessation of breath in a short window. This is vital in a high-stakes struggle. Whoever can beat the other to the punch and shut down their opponent faster wins. Not a single wasted movement. The snouted cobra grips the puff adder's head firmly. The snouted cobra's neurotoxins begin to paralyze every nerve impulse. The puff adder, once a powerhouse of muscle, is now an unresponsive form. The snouted cobra's feast begins at the opponent's head. This is the harsh reality, as well as a magnificent victory of the natural world. Each species reads the domain in its own way, through chemistry, heat, and vibration. Each speaks its own warning language, with hoods, mouth colors, and hisses. And each decides whether to engage or retreat based on its own internal calculation. As the empire crosses the Indian Ocean into tropical Asia, its influence remains undiminished. It reaches an evolutionary peak that is truly in a league of its own. Here, a specific serpent transforms another's venom into its own morning meal. And on a small island within the Java Sea, the empire's greatest secret awaits. A mystery that took science nearly 1 century to unravel. What happens when the apex predator itself chooses venom as its primary path? Same empire, different landscape, different climate. Yet the same evolutionary drive and creatures that have survived long enough under that weight to find solutions Africa never envisioned. The king cobra. Its Latin name literally means snake eater. This is the longest venomous serpent on the planet, reaching 5.5 meters, and its primary sustenance is other snakes, even cobras, even vipers, even the venomous species within the same habitat, the very ones most hunters give a wide berth. It tracks using its tongue rather than its eyes. It gathers chemical markers from the air, interpreting prey movement through invisible paths that other creatures fail to notice. As the gap narrows, it rises, lifting its head to a person's chest height, looking its adversary straight in the face. It is the only serpent to stare directly into an opponent's eyes at eye level. And its warning is not a sharp hiss, but a low growl, reminiscent of a large, agitated dog. However, its meals consist of venomous snakes, which can still release their toxins into the predator's mouth and stomach during the process. How does the king cobra avoid self-poisoning during its meal? The same molecular resolution, but a completely different mechanism. The king cobra developed resistance within its neural receptors through its own independent path. This marks the 5th time the same solution has been reached, born from the same pressure, following the same molecular path, yet through an entirely separate branch of life. And then there is this, a detail few realize. The king cobra is the only serpent on Earth that constructs a nest. The female gathers leaves, creating a multi-layered structure that maintains a steady temperature for the eggs within. Then she stands guard for 60 to 75 days. She does not wander, she does not eat, she simply protects. Any creature that wanders within 2 meters is engaged immediately, and when the eggs begin to crack, the female departs. This is not a case of giving up. Giving up is when options run out. This is the opposite. The female understands that after 75 days without nourishment, she might consume anything that moves, including her own offspring. She leaves at the precise moment before they emerge, ensuring she doesn't cross the line. Asia has taken the solution to a new height. But the final answer, the one that turns the logic of the empire upside down, resides on an island few associate with venom. Leaving the venomous snakes behind, we journey into wild Siberia, the frozen kingdom. Here, every ruthless predator plunges into the deadliest of battles, where the only goal is survival. Wild Siberia. Survival in the frozen kingdom. January. minus 44 degrees. The deepest night of the year. Nothing moves at this hour, except those with no choice left. In the long history of this forest, the two greatest powers have never stood face to face. Coexistence does not mean peace. It means absolute dominance. Tonight, both were here. In this forest, there exists a question that no one dares to answer. The answer can only be found in the dead of night, at temperatures where metal itself freezes, beside something that almost never reveals itself. Amur tiger. Its empire has no borders on any map. 1,000 square kilometers of invisible boundary, redrawn each night with scent on the bark of trees. Along with it comes a silence. Absolute. The herd of Sika deer cannot detect the tiger. But a single snapping branch saved the entire herd. Somewhere in the same forest, another is defending its throne through perfect invisibility. Fewer than 100 individuals survive on Earth. Here, rarity is not a weakness. It is armor. Welcome to Wild Siberia. Where the strongest is not always the last one standing. Why the rarest predator on the planet still holds its ground. The answer does not lie in strength. It lies in something far deeper, and it begins. In an autumn. October. Siberia does not change seasons like other lands. It issues an ultimatum. 6 weeks for every creature living in this forest to settle all debts with summer. 6 weeks before the ground freezes solid and outstanding debts become the final sentences. The larch. The only conifer in the world that sheds its needles in winter, is releasing the last gold of the year. This is not scenery. This is a signal from the system. The Siberian brown bear reads that signal before any other. In October, its body demands 10 times the normal caloric intake. 41 kilograms of meat in a single meal. Because from November onward, there will be nothing left. Biology calls this hyperphagia, but in this forest it has another name. The last opportunity. The reindeer herd does not move out of instinct. They move because of mathematics. 1,000 kilometers is the distance from here. To the southern pastures they must reach, before the ground locks completely solid. Each day's delay means an additional stretch of trail, through ever-deepening snow. Soft, frozen ground can still be crossed. Hard, frozen ground is a wall. Beneath the feet of everything that moves, 500 meters of permanent ice. Permafrost, ground frozen since the last glacial period. Not thawed once in 10,000 years. What lives on the surface lives on a thin canopy. Above a bottomless cold store with no final day. This is the foundation of the frozen kingdom. No species can defy it. All can only learn to live alongside it. Just beneath the ground where the reindeer herd places its hooves, one creature is preparing for the most extreme solution that evolution has ever devised: the Siberian salamander. In October, it burrows 14 meters underground and freezes solid. Not hibernation, complete freezing. Its blood contains antifreeze compounds that prevent cells from rupturing. As the water in its body converts to ice crystals, it will not stir until April. Some individuals have survived in that state for multiple consecutive years. Above ground, the great gray owl is preparing in an entirely different way. In winter, its prey will burrow under the snow. And vanish from every ordinary sense. But not from its own. The circular facial disc of feathers is a listening device. A lemming shifting 60 centimeters beneath the snow, at a distance of 100 meters, cannot escape it. An invisible force, a weapon that cannot be seen. And at the northern edge of the forest, Sayan is conducting a final inspection of the pack before winter truly begins. 12 wolves. No more are needed. 2 powers remain, neither migrating, neither stockpiling, neither perfecting a skill. They are redrawing the map. November. The temperature touches -20, with no intention of stopping. The Amur tiger begins its first winter patrol circuit. Not because the Empire is threatened, because what is not reaffirmed will be forgotten. Fresh scent markings on the bark. Fresh claw gouges at 2 meters above ground. The imprint of a will that needs no physical form to assert its presence. And in the shadows of that same forest, another power is also leaving its mark. At a height of 1.4 meters. On the pine trees, the tiger has never troubled to notice. The frozen kingdom has opened its gates. And in this forest, 2 powers governing 2 separate thrones still do not know that they are sharing the same kingdom. December, -35 degrees. The Amur tiger has no schedule, it has a territory. And across 1,000 square kilometers of frozen ground, That territory must be checked every day. Not to fight, to remind. Every Amur tiger carries a stripe pattern, identical to no other individual. This is proof that in this forest, every individual is a separate story, a separate history, a separate legacy. The Amur tiger's paws were not designed for running alone. Between the toes runs a connecting membrane. The partial webbing allows it to swim across rivers. When the brief summer opens gaps between territories, this is a creature never defeated by its environment. December is the month the tiger marks most intensively of the year. As prey begins moving along new routes, the empire must be redrawn to follow. The scent on the bark contains everything that needs to be said. Every animal within tens of kilometers reads that information and behaves accordingly. The dominant power does not need to see everything. It only needs everyone to know it is here. That is the secret of an invisible empire. 3 kilometers to the north, Cyan is leading 12 wolves through the 17th night of winter. Every day, 50 kilometers. The creature that does not move in this forest will die. Cyan has led this pack through 4 winters because it understands what the younger wolves have not yet learned. The wolf pack does not prevail through its strongest individual. It prevails through its weakest individual, refusing to quit. The gray wolf's nose identifies prey at a distance of 5 kilometers, under normal conditions. In December, when the air is colder and denser, sound travels further, scent persists longer. Within the pack, 3 young wolves are experiencing their first winter. Half of them will not live to see spring. The first winter is an examination that no one sets in advance, and no one grades afterward. There is only the result, continue or cease. Not a greeting, not a performance. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Over 1,500 square kilometers of territory, broadcast every night, like a radio station that never falls silent. The Amur tiger hears it and does not respond. This is the agreement between 2 empires that has existed longer than the forest's own memory. January, 5 days with nothing. A body of 300 kilograms requires 7 kilograms of meat each day simply to sustain itself. In 5 days, that empire has run a deficit of 35 kilograms. When an empire runs short of resources, it does not collapse immediately. It begins eroding from within. But a blizzard delivers what clear nights can never offer. 80 km/h winds erase every scent trail. Sound drowns beneath the noise of snow. In the storm, the safety buffer that elk can sense collapses from 200 meters to 15. A predator hunting in a blizzard does not hunt despite the weather. It hunts precisely because of the weather. 45 minutes. From the moment prey is detected to the moment of sufficient proximity discipline unbroken. Not speed, not bite force, not body weight. What brings down an elk on a blizzard is not found in any biology textbook. Absolute discipline held for 45 minutes, released in 3 seconds. The empire recovers in silence. No celebration, no exhale of relief, only the next task. Securing the prey before the wolf pack catches the scent. If wild Siberia is drawing you in, hit like and let us know where you are watching from. The kingdom continues. The Armor Tiger's empire does not exist on any map. Along every patrol route, each pine tree at precisely calculated intervals, are the relay stations of an invisible communications network. November. A tiger last touched this pine 10 days ago. Old informations. Requires updating. 50 kilometers in a single day to sustain presence. The creature that goes unheard ceases to exist, and the dominant power understands this better than anyone. Every blizzard erases an entire week of territorial work. Every strong wind disperses scent accumulated over many days. This is a war that never ends, not against an external rival, but against time and weather. December brings intelligence from the east. Another tiger, younger and moving this way. No direct confrontation. None is necessary. The young tiger reads the signs. The depth of the territorial markings, the height of the claw gouges, the chemical density of the scent, and understands. This territory is not vacant. The young tiger turns back. The empire is held intact, not through battle, but through irrefutable evidence within Cyan's wolf pack. 3 young wolves are learning how to read silence. When Cyan stops, the 11 remaining wolves stop. No command issued, no visible signal given. The pack senses through something for which behavioral biology has no precise word. The alpha's sudden shift of attention, transmitted like a current through the body. Learning to read the alpha is the first survival lesson for a young wolf. Because Cyan reads things that the young wolves lack the experience to perceive. Scent composition has shifted 180% within 200 meters. An elk passed here more than 2 hours ago. Direction of travel, northeast. Condition, a juvenile in the herd. Opportunity, barely sufficient to attempt. The hunting method of the Siberian wolf pack is not a skill, it is social architecture. Each position in the formation demands a different capacity. Speed at the lead, endurance at the center, experience on both flanks. The paws of the Siberian grey wolf differ from temperate zone wolves, dense fur between the toes. Functions as thermal insulation and as a pressure distributor on snow. A wider contact surface, weight distributed evenly, sinking no deeper than a human walking through snow. And in December, when Cyan's pack executes night runs, extending 50 kilometers, they do not exhaust themselves. They are preparing. Every run is a system diagnostic. Who can hold position? Who begins to fall behind? Who is ready for January? 33%, the mortality rate among young wolves in their first winter, according to multi-decade tracking data from Primorsky Krai. not from food scarcity alone, but from not yet having learned to conserve energy at the right moment, not yet having learned to read terrain before the foot strikes ground, not yet having learned that the pack is the living organism, and the individual is only one part of that organism. January brings the storm, not an ordinary storm. Wind speed 80 kilometers per hour. Visibility below 10 meters, snow falling horizontal rather than vertical. In those conditions, almost everything stands still, except the hungry. Day 5 of the gap. A 300-kilogram body running at a deficit. Not hunger in the human sense, but a systemic energy shortfall. Every muscle begins recalculating. How much to reserve for patrol? How much to reserve for thermoregulation? How much to reserve for the moment that cannot be missed? The Amur tiger does not run when hungry. This is the opposite of instinct, and precisely the trait that separates those who live from those who die in January. Running consumes energy. Consuming energy means requiring more food. More food means more risk. The creature governed by hunger rarely gets to eat. 30 meters. The distance from which the attack can be initiated, the distance from which. The outcome is no longer a question. Only execution remains. The empire is refueled, not through victory, through a meal. And the meal, in this forest in January, is what proves the empire deserves to endure. Nine centimeters, not a tiger's paw, not a wolf's. And those who know how to read tracks will see what no pair of eyes can observe directly. The gait of a female. The hip framework broader than a male's. And she had been here, on the boundary of the Amur tiger's territory, as if that boundary did not exist. Fewer than 100 individuals of this species remain on Earth. 100, when a species is reduced to fewer than 100 individuals. Each footstep it places down is no longer merely movement. On the pine trunk that Cyan's wolf pack just passed by, there is a territorial mark. Positioned precisely high enough for every passing animal to detect. Lower than the Amur tiger's marks at 2 meters. This is not a courageous Amur leopard. This is an intelligent one. 6,000 years ago, when the common ancestors of this species ranged across Asia, the survivors were not the ones large enough to fight a tiger. They were the ones that learned to become completely invisible. Occupying vertical space. Cliff faces, dense thickets, places where the Amur tiger's weight cannot follow. Operating during the hours when even the tiger rests. Field researchers call it the ghost of the tiger because it has never truly revealed itself. But it has always been here. Tracks do not know how to lie. And tonight, the Lord of the Forest will go in search of the truth. Every Amur leopard carries a distinct track signature. Not in size. In shape. The angle of the toe spread, the pattern of pressure distribution, the form of the rear pad. Like a fingerprint, no two are alike. From tracks and territorial markings, rangers have reconstructed the range of this individual. 30 square kilometers, considerably smaller than the Amur tigers. Yet within it, overlapping at least 10 square kilometers of the tiger's territory. 10 square kilometers the tiger considers its own. The leopard considers its own as well. Is it possible that this fragile peace will last indefinitely? March. For the first time in 5 months, the sun's angle is steep enough to carry genuine warmth. The permafrost beneath remains locked solid, but on the surface, the frozen kingdom begins releasing its prisoners back into freedom. Snow retreats, exposing dark patches of waterlogged earth. Spring in the taiga is not a gradual transition. It is a biological detonation. Everything awakens from an exhausted winter, plunging into a race to replenish systemic energy. The deer herds, the survivors, of January nights at -40 degrees Celsius, sustained by gnawing dry pine bark, now bow their heads along the southern slopes. They devour the first tender grass shoots and mineral-saturated moss strips. Each mouthful of green at this moment is a restorative dose for those depleted of calcium. Not far away, Cyan's wolf pack moves with noticeably lighter steps. The formation of 12 no longer strung tight as bowstrings, the cold no longer a death sentence. High in the pine branches, the great grey owl no longer needs to strain to listen for the heartbeat of rodents deep beneath 60 centimeters of snow. Exposed earth signals that the lemmings must leave their warm burrows. The hunt becomes straightforward. Even the retiring Eurasian lynx steps out from the dense thickets. Its black tufted ears stand erect in the warm sunlight. The winter coat beginning to shed, revealing the lean silhouette of a silent assassin. Everyone is occupied. Everyone is eating to live again. But the center of the spring energy, surge, lies at the great rivers. As meltwater descends from the mountain peaks, the taiga rivers roar with a ferocious sound, silenced for half a year. And with the surging current comes the most magnificent migration of leaping salmon. Shoal after shoal launches upstream against the torrent, propelling their bodies across stone rapids. Like living arrows. The scent of salmon spreads through the dense, mist-laden air, rousing the supreme master of long sleep, the Siberian brown bear. Waking after 6 months of hibernation with an empty stomach, and a body reduced by 1/3 in weight, the massive brown bear stands anchored in the raging torrent. Biological instinct compels it to act at once. With one deft swipe or one thunderous slap, the bear pins fat salmon flying through the air. It feeds ravenously, rebuilding its protective subcutaneous fat layer at extraordinary speed. The wealth of the spring river is so immense, it dissolves even the most rigid rules of the forest. Even the Amur tiger, accustomed to the proud pursuit of large prey, today claims its share of this riverside feast. The dominant power bows its head and savors this unfamiliar protein-rich meal with evident relish. when the wild offers food freely, without demanding a 45-minute stalk through snow. Even the most proud predator does not refuse. Higher up the valley, on the near-vertical cliff faces, the Amur leopard is also capitalizing on the resurgence of life. Roe deer and small mammals now appear everywhere within its sight lines. As spring arrives, both of the tigers. Greatest powers continue the work of redrawing their imperial boundaries. The tiger leaves a fresh claw gouge tearing through pine bark at 2 meters above ground beside the stream. The leopard also leaves its chemical signature and claw marks of its own at 1.4 meters above ground. But today, there is an invisible shift in the atmosphere. When both stomachs have been filled, by spring's abundance, the pressure of survival eases. While the rest of the taiga celebrates. In the revival of water and warm sunlight, on the steep north-facing slopes, where sunlight is refused entry, winter stubbornly clings on. The snow here is no longer soft and white. It has shifted to gray, compressing into hard, sharp-edged ice sheets. Why would a creature as sensitive as the Amur leopard choose to forsake the valley's abundance to confine itself in this dead zone? The solitary predator's instinct understands that only by concealing a treasure does one need to become mysterious and unpredictable. This is its treasure. A rare leopard cub in the frozen kingdom. In tropical regions such as Africa, a leopard mother requires just over a year before releasing her young into independent life. But in Siberia, time is a luxury of ruthless scarcity. The extreme climate and hunting techniques on frozen terrain force the mother to keep her cub beside her twice as long. 2 full years of protection before turning a dependent cub into a true ghost of the forest. But to sustain milk and life for the cub, the mother is paying a devastating price. This morning at dawn, she came very close to a roe deer. Her lean body pressed to the ground, every muscle fiber taut, in preparation for a lightning strike. But spring snow is a traitor. One light footfall, the ice layer shatters, emitting a sharp crack. The roe deer launches like an arrow. The hunt collapses in an instant. Fresh prey at this border zone is desperately scarce. When hunger begins clawing at the stomach, the proud predator is forced to abandon its self-regard and shift to a different survival strategy. Frozen provisions. As warm spring blossoms in the valley, the scavengers, foxes and bears, have all converged on the Salmon River. They left behind a stiff deer carcass from the depths of winter, buried deep in a cold snow hollow. The carcass is frozen rock solid, but it is the only available source of sustenance now. Carrying a portion of the carcass back to the rock den, the mother begins the work of patience. The deer's winter coat is extremely thick and coarse, capable of choking a cub just 4 months old. The mother grips with her incisors and methodically bites and pulls away large patches of fur, clearing a section of hide until the darkened frozen meat is exposed. She licks gently at the surface, so the warmth of her tongue softens the ice layer, leaving the choicest portions for the small cub. In the fading light of late afternoon, the leopard mother watches in silence as her cub clumsily gnaws at the cold block of meat. Her turquoise eyes are sunken, masking a boundless anxiety. The warmth of sunlight arrives far too late on this north-facing slope. If the snow does not melt sooner, hunger will overtake both mother and cub. Just a few hundred meters downward, crossing the boundary of the steep cliff faces to the flat valley, food would be abundant. But the mother leopard would rather endure hunger, rather eat from a frozen carcass, than ever set foot in the lowlands. The flat terrain below is a lethal trap. Her instinct still carries an undimmed memory of terror from 2 years ago, when she and her littermate had just entered the world. The memory of an overwhelming testosterone scent, a roar that shook the frozen ground itself, and the image of her littermate brought down, helpless beneath the claws of a brutal tiger. That savagery is not a legend of the forest. It is a blood-soaked memory. That winter, the ground knew no peace. In the dead silence of a December night, the invisible boundary between the two great felids was torn open. The carcass of an adult Amur leopard was found, collapsed in the snow, surrounded by a matrix of enormous tracks, pressed deep into the frozen earth. It was evidence of an asymmetric battle, where biology determined the outcome before claws ever met. Based on the paw prints left behind, the wild had recorded the full identity of the killer. The rear paw width of the perpetrator reached 11.5 centimeters, a measurement belonging exclusively to an adult male Amur tiger. An adult male tiger possesses a body weight of 180 to 300 kilograms, with rear paw width ranging from 10.5 to 13.5 centimeters, to support the entire massive skeleton. The female Siberian tiger is considerably smaller and more agile in build. The ill-fated leopard, weighing barely 50 kilograms, had inadvertently confronted a war machine 5 times its own mass. In the world of the family Felidae, this was not a hunt for sustenance, but dominant interspecific competition leading to elimination. The Amur tiger actively eliminates smaller carnivores of the same order to protect absolutely its resources and prey within its territory. Not one cry for help was raised. The disparity of power was so extreme the battle ended in an instant. The unfortunate leopard froze instantly in the minus 40 degrees Celsius cold, becoming a permanent block of ice. It lay there like a raw, sculptural monument. To fear, a warning marker that every other Amur leopard must carry encoded in primal instinct. That is why tonight the mother leopard would rather confine herself to the late snow mountain summit, endure hunger and feed again from frozen carcasses, than ever descend into the King's Flat Valley. For the Amur leopard, the Amur tiger has never been a friendly housemate. Their relationship resembles a creature living clandestinely, in the hidden recesses of a great house, where a single small slip revealing its presence carries the price of its life. But in this forest, besieged by the human world, where paved roads and agricultural land have tightened their grip, carving the forest into fragments, the leopard no longer has the choice to relocate. They are compelled to accept coexistence with risk and to optimize every square meter of space through exceptional survival skills. When the leopard leaves its marks on the bark, it is not a challenge directed at the lord of the lowlands. The ultimate purpose of these scent trails and low claw marks is an internal communication system. In the solitary and sparse world of the Amur leopard, the ancient tree trunks function as sacred broadcast stations. Without these scent marks carrying encrypted information, a male leopard would permanently lose the female, during the breeding season, driving the entire lineage toward extinction. It is also the contractual partition of boundaries between individual leopards, helping them avoid internal territorial conflicts. This coexistence is operated on a precise topographic chessboard. The taiga reigns over the flat valleys where large deer herds migrate. The Amur leopard, by contrast, claims the steep and treacherous cliff faces. On this broken terrain, the leopard's compact frame becomes an absolute advantage for concealment and escape, while the tiger's bulk is rendered completely helpless. They share the same trail, but offset by hours, and the key to operating that staggered schedule is the olfactory radar system. Each approach to a tree base, the leopard is reading the forest. Through the residual chemical trace, the leopard's brain analyses with precision weather. The dominant power that just passed was male or female, whether it was hungry or satiated, and how long ago its footsteps departed. That intelligence allows the leopard to proactively avoid lethal routes. But tonight, in the -44°C cold of January, that radar system has pushed the leopard into a suffocating situation. Climax, the battle pact, ultimate standoff in the frozen kingdom. Midnight, an adult male Amur tiger steps out of the white void of night. Its massive body presses against the base of a 400-year-old pine, the boundary marker between two empires. The tiger stretches to its full height, leaving deep gouges that tear through the bark at 2.1 meters above ground. A dense mist of testosterone-laden urine is discharged directly onto the trunk. The king's message is utterly brief and merciless. I am here and I am hungry. The great four-legged creature lowers its center of mass, turns its head toward the deep forest, and vanishes into the blizzard. Silence. The forest seems to freeze, holding its breath in the aftermath of the king's passage. Wind shrieks through the canopy, attempting to disperse the fierce scent of violence, but failing. The air around the pine base is dense with a primal dread. Dawn. 3 hours after the tiger departed, the ghost of the northern slope steps forward. The leopard stops. Its acute olfactory sense freezes upon encountering the scent of the tyrant. The Amur leopard holds its ground. It advances one step with full composure, extending its slender forelegs up the ancient pine trunk. Razor claws sink into the grain of the wood, drawing a decisive line. Immediately below the tiger's message, leaving its own chemical signature. This is not reckless bravado, but the iron declaration of the weaker party. You may be stronger, but this forest is still my home. The leopard turns, its silhouette dissolving into the white snowfall and vanishing into the rocky crevices above. On the 400-year-old pine trunk, 2 claw marks 70 centimeters apart stand fixed amid the Siberian blizzard. They will never meet face to face, yet the invisible treaty signed by time and distance is the very reason both empires remain, standing together in the frozen kingdom. The resurgence, power reborn in the frozen wilderness. The battles for survival are far from over. Here in the Serengeti, the last paradise on Earth, for the great migratory herds and the predators. Battle for survival. Savage kingdom. In the realm of the ultimate predators, she is solitary. This is quite unconventional for a lion in the Serengeti. Being apart from the pride means finding nourishment is more challenging than ever. This is the season of migration. She is carrying new life, which makes this pursuit of endurance more profound than ever. Fortunately, she will find abundance. Before seeking a sanctuary fit for the arrival of her young. The savannah stretches empty. Grass, water, wind, everything is parched. The wildebeest have crossed the river. They departed when the last rains ceased. 1 month earlier, a lioness slipped away from the pride in silence. This is instinct. A pregnant lioness seeks the periphery of the territory, between 16 and 24 kilometers from the pride and a concealed den. She gave birth to a litter alone inside a dense thicket at the edge of the territory. Each cub is born weighing approximately 1.5 kilograms. Blind, with folded ears. For the first 10 days, the senses are barely functional. Body temperature cannot yet self-regulate. She leaves the den on average every 6 hours for no more than 20 minutes. She will nurse 4 cubs independently until approximately 8 weeks of age. Between 3 and 4 weeks, the cubs begin to walk. First steps are unsteady. The mother does not intervene. This is the first measured distance between protection and release. The greatest threat to the den is scent. To a mature spotted hyena, nothing remains concealed as long as the wind carries a signal. Its nose carries approximately 1,000 highly sensitive olfactory receptors, and the brain is structured as a dedicated scent processing system. Simply stated, within days of birth, a litter of lion cubs is broadcasting a strong olfactory signal. As a result, every 4 to 7 days, she relocates the cubs to a new position. The jaws that have secured prey now handle the most fragile of lives with precision. Then, on a night in late April, heavy rain descends across the basin. Every species receives the rains with relief, except the solitary mother. Around her thicket, grasses have grown dense and the ground has turned to marsh. This growth brings multiple threats for the young. Even the cold wind following rain is sufficient to cause hypothermic stress. The mother searches across the expanded marsh. She carries them to higher ground. One cub, the weakest of the litter, does not survive the cold. There is nothing more she can do but continue. By the 5th week, the legs have steadied. The mother allows the cubs to walk independently. She will guide them on a new journey. By the 6th week, the lioness begins the pride introduction. This is the most strategically significant phase of the entire rearing process. She brings the cubs closer to the pride's territory, where they will meet particular individuals, the aunts. The lioness introduces the cubs to the females and their offspring first. If those lionesses accept and nurse the cubs, the pride will accept them. If they do not, she will attempt again the following week. The first meeting is critical. The lionesses greet one another through head rubbing. The cubs hold their tails low. They integrate quickly among their cousins. The first introduction is successful. The bonds formed with their cousins will develop into a formidable coalition in later years. The other lionesses remain with them for several days. There remains one encounter before they become full members of the pride. Week 7. The pride is not only a protective structure, it is also a school of predation. The first lesson arrives in the morning. The mother identifies a warthog. A warthog is an agile target. Maximum speed, 48 kilometers per hour. Curved tusks measuring 20 centimeters, and experienced individuals will charge directly at an approaching lion. Rather than flee, only persistence can secure the meal. The lioness moves in silence through the tall grass. They are not permitted to descend. With the precision of experience, the mother completes the hunt within 90 seconds. The adult warthog is sufficient for this first hunt after the birth. In the first seconds, the mother's predatory instinct does not share. But then, the pride instinct returns. Even the youngest among them will receive their first exposure to the reward of a successful hunt. After the kill, the females return together. The remaining members of the pride await them. The Serengeti is the domain of apex predators, but it is also the stage of the greatest migration on the African continent. With herbivore populations reaching into the millions, lion prides can grow substantially, forming what researchers describe as super prides of 20 to 30 individuals. The pride to which the lioness returns is a characteristic extended family. 4 allied males and 6 females. Together, they maintain a territory with offspring at every stage of development. Cohesion is essential, particularly among the dominant males. They maintain close physical and social bonds. The affiliative behaviors between them are observed and learned by the young. The lioness has returned, and her cubs cannot wait any longer to make their introductions. The older cubs appear comfortable with the energy of the new arrivals. Even the subadults seek to engage with them. But the mother responds with a sharp warning to one, concerned that this juvenile has not yet mastered its own strength. These early bonds will become something stronger, coalitions like those their fathers have formed. The return to the pride is only the first chapter in the survival of these young lions across the savannah. What follows is the harder test. The mothers must hunt and protect simultaneously. In the wild, precision in any encounter is the product of accumulated experience. For the young, every attempt becomes a lesson drawn from direct consequence. Like adolescents in many species, these young lions are enthusiastic but lacking in technique. At this stage, they will attempt almost anything. But when the encounter begins, enthusiasm alone is insufficient. Baboons spend the majority of their foraging hours on the ground, but at the approach of danger, they ascend to the trees and use the vertical terrain to their advantage. Although adult lionesses are capable climbers, the young are not. They have not yet learned to coordinate their own agile frames. Their intended quarry appears unconcerned. The baboon is itself an opportunistic predator and recognizes when an opponent is overextended. Experienced lions rarely pursue baboons. These juveniles are about to discover why. The baboon has its own method of discouraging inexperienced pursuers. For additional certainty, it deploys a chemical deterrent. Before this combination, the larger juveniles withdraw without delay. They have learned a costly lesson. Baboons are not to be underestimated. But not all threats originate from predators. Some come from herbivores with long memories. The mother's return to the pride does not eliminate the need for vigilance over the cubs. They will be watched by the other females, but not continuously. And because she is an essential part of the hunting coalition, the cubs must manage on their own, in one way or another. They play alongside their cousins, within sight of a single attending female. Before the hunt, the lionesses leave the cubs in a grass thicket. They do not know that the territory has visitors. A Cape buffalo herd of approximately 200 individuals, each adult averaging between 500 and 900 kilograms, has entered the territory since the previous night. In Swahili, they are known as Nyati, documented for their unpredictable aggression. But it is not the aggression that concerns the pride. It is what researchers describe as retaliatory memory. On documented occasions, buffalo herds have actively sought out and eliminated lion cubs following a kill made on one of their members. A lioness encounters a buffalo calf separated from the herd. Alone. The hunting females see the opportunity. They failed. The full herd has now assembled. They charge in combination, driving the lions off. Then the herd moves in a different direction. The lions do not give chase. No vulnerable individual has been identified. Engaging a healthy adult is too costly. But the mothers register something. That dark mass is moving toward the location where the cubs were left. Cortisol levels surge. They run back, but they are too late. The buffalo herd has moved directly through the place where the cubs were concealed. What follows is the elimination of a predator bloodline through sheer mass and momentum. At a stampede speed of 40 kilometers per hour, if a mass exceeding 500 kilograms falls across a small body, the probability of survival approaches 0. One cub does not survive. A second is driven into the mud. Its rear leg is fractured. Then, a faint call from a distant thorn stand. One cub has survived. Others emerge gradually alongside the females. The mothers who have lost young remain with the surviving ones. The pride's future continues. Retribution is a human word. But in the Cape buffalo, an unnamed equivalent persists within the neural memory of the herd. Following the loss, the pride requires a low-risk meal, and the grassland offers a rare interval of calm. An elephant herd has arrived, leading recently born calves on their journey toward water. After 2 weeks without incident, the pride directs its attention toward adult ostriches near the edge of the plain. An adult ostrich weighs in excess of 100 kilograms. The force of a single kick from its hoof is sufficient to fracture the rib cage of an adult lion. It is not an easy outcome to achieve. The carcass provides sufficient sustenance for 2 days. The lionesses nurse one another's cubs. Communal care is a function of the pride structure. Cubs do not distinguish their biological mother when feeding. This is a rare characteristic among felids. But the trait that most profoundly shapes this species' sociality goes deeper than any other adaptation. Sharing milk is sharing the risk of extinction. A cub at 6 months, 3 months after pride integration, is now large enough to begin practical hunting exercises. The ostrich carcass does not provide only nutrition, it functions as a training instrument. The cub is too small to hunt alongside the pride, but through wrestling over the carcass, through pounces, misdirected bites, and experimental vocalizations that lack the depth of a full roar, the cub is learning to stalk, to launch forward, and to hold. This is one of the most sophisticated forms of skill transfer among non-linguistic mammals. The success rate of a cub's first solo hunt without prior practice is approximately 8%. Following 20 supervised practice sessions on a prey carcass, that rate rises to approximately 35%. 70% of lion cubs acquire the throat grip technique through observation combined with practice before their first participation in a real hunt at 10 to 12 months. An additional 18 to 24 months follow to learn the full pride repertoire, how to read the wind, how to read other pride members, and how to recognize when not to engage. Today, there is still time to practice with ostrich feathers. The favorable months at Masai Mara will extend a few weeks further. The cubs will continue learning through play until their parents impose the discipline that shapes them into the ultimate predators of the savannah. The two pressures in the preceding section arrived from outside their own species. But the greatest pressure faced by a lion cub comes by a measure of tragedy from within its own species. The savannah is in constant motion. The first rains of the season reach the Serengeti. Within 10 days, the grass turns green. The wildebeest, part of the 1.5 million strong migration between the Serengeti and Masai Mara, return from the north. Calves stay pressed close to their mothers as they run. Another pride also has recently born cubs. This young mother brought her litter back to the pride early. She is inexperienced and requires the support of older females. She cannot avoid the hunt, and she must maintain milk production for the active cubs. The land to which the wildebeest are returning is productive. They occupy this space in the interval of calm, before millions of ungulates and zebra arrive. A female cheetah has recently given birth to 2 cubs. Their silver dorsal mantle closely resembles the coloring of the honey badger, but she has detected the outline of spotted hyenas nearby. She returns to the thicket, carefully moving what is most precious to her, to a location further from the threat. The lion pride is aware that the antelope have returned. They set out for the hunt early this morning. The little ones are left behind on a rocky ledge sheltered by shrubs and trees. The lioness conducts the pursuit in 3 stages: selecting a target, approaching unseen, and only one chance to make her move. This meal will sustain the extended family for 2 days because the prize is shared equally, even with those who stayed behind. Serengeti, during these 2 weeks, plentiful. As the herd moves, the cubs have been drawn to a strange creature. A puff adder. The little one is playing with fire. A single tiny nip is enough to cause a grave mistake. 2 fangs serve as a most formidable pair of needles. Cytotoxin enters the cornea. The cub does not falter immediately, but a mechanism is spreading. The bitten cub's condition declines. It has lost sight in one eye. Fur falls out in patches. By the 9th day, the cub falls behind. The mother lioness calls out. The cub cannot keep up. The pride cannot stop. The child who cannot walk is an anchor for the whole family. The cub lies down on the coarse earth. The pride fades into the distance. The dominant male slows at the rear. The pride shares a collective cost, but they must remain functionally strong. And as the dominant male carries his own weight of loss, the greatest pressure on the cubs is approaching from another direction. George Bertram documented this phenomenon in 1975 at the Serengeti. When a new male coalition takes over a pride, they eliminate cubs younger than 9 months within the first days of the takeover. A nursing lioness will not return to estrus for up to 2 years. If the new coalition waits 2 years, they risk displacement before producing their own offspring. If they eliminate the existing cubs, the lioness returns to estrus within 48 hours. This is an evolutionary equation, high in cost, but internally consistent. From the perspective of the incoming male's genetic interest, investing in the survival of unrelated cubs represents a direct reproductive loss. The previous coalition had maintained stable control for 3 years. 2 males, brothers. The nomadic group consists of 3 young males, aged 5 to 6 years. The coalition formed after all 3 were expelled from their birth pride. They have covered 64 kilometers over 8 weeks. They arrive on a Saturday morning. The confrontation is loud and prolonged. The mother anticipated the old coalition's withdrawal. She and 2 other lionesses form a female coalition. The experienced females confront the young males to buy time. The incoming coalition is searching for the cubs. The frightened cubs are detected when they move from the grass thicket to find the mother. The mother drives the males away with aggression. They withdraw temporarily, but they have already made their presence felt. What was anticipated has occurred. She must carry this and continue moving before the incoming males locate them. This is not a failure of the lioness. This is one of the most powerful selective pressures shaping the social evolution of the African lion. The takeover passes, but the dry season has not yet relented. At the final convergence point of all species, a final pressure waits. The end of the dry season, 40 consecutive days without rain. The lionesses have regrouped following the withdrawal of the nomadic males. 3 cubs remain. The entire pride is concentrated at the single functioning waterhole within a radius of 9.6 kilometers. All others have dried. Within the reed beds, an African rock python measuring 5 meters in length has remained concealed for 3 days. The python does not hunt as the lion does. No pursuit, no vocalization, only waiting. One of the 3 lion cubs detects the python. She attempts to intimidate it, but this python has gone without a meal for too long. A 5-month-old lion cub carries considerably more curiosity and boldness than hunting strategy. The python does not hold. It strikes and bites the cub across the face. When the cry of pain sounds, the other cubs arrive without delay. The python is forced to withdraw and moves away into the reeds. The cubs groom and settle against one another. Their number is small and cohesion is necessary. If you have followed this far, share your observations on these cubs in the comments. Like and subscribe so you do not miss the next episode on African lion behavior. Do not leave. The survival story of these animals continues ahead. The python and the lion are only one story among many unfolding simultaneously on the grassland. Across 4 other ecosystems on the same continent, 4 other mothers are solving the same problem in 4 different ways. The first belongs to a single mother. Only 30% of cheetah cubs survive to adulthood. This figure comes from the Cheetah Conservation Fund, led by Laurie Marker in Namibia. Solitary motherhood carries a high evolutionary cost, but it is the cost of maintaining the fastest pure sprint specialist among all felids. The cheetah mother is raising a litter of 4 cubs, 1 female, 3 males. They are 4 months old, past the stage of full dependence on nursing, but not yet capable of hunting. The cubs carry a silver dorsal mantle of longer fur along the spine, a feature described by Eaton in 1976. That functions as mimicry of the honey badger's coloration. The honey badger is among the most aggressive animals relative to its body mass. Other predators have evolved a general avoidance response toward it. Cheetah cubs carry this silver mantle to approximately 3 months of age. It then fades. During those 3 months, the cub is afforded indirect protection by the reputation of another species entirely. The cheetah mother accelerates from 0 to 60 kilometers per hour in under 3 seconds. Peak speed exceeds 100 kilometers per hour, but the sprint lasts only 20 to 30 seconds before core body temperature reaches 40 degrees Celsius, and she is forced to stop. The cubs follow. They arrive at the location 90 seconds after the mother. The cheetah mother does not feed immediately. She teaches through direct tactile feedback. The cheetah is the only felid documented teaching cubs in this way. The greatest challenge for a cheetah is not securing prey. It is retaining it. The cheetah mother assesses in 3 seconds a 40-kilogram cheetah with small cubs against 2 hyenas weighing 68 kilograms each. She will not risk a confrontation. She yields the kill. This strategic submission is one of the reasons the cheetah survives. The Cheetah Conservation Fund records that 13% of cheetah kills are lost to kleptoparasitism, but direct mortality from conflicts with other predators stands at only 0.3%. The cheetah's survival strategy is not combat. It is knowing when not to engage. The cheetah's claws are non-retractable. They wear down quickly and are not sharp enough for climbing to significant heights. But a tree remains the safest location for a 3-month cub. The mother leads them to a low acacia with branches under 60 centimeters from the ground. That night, there is no prey, but the family remains together, complete. Where the cheetah resolves its equation through withdrawal, the hippopotamus resolves through mass. And at times, mass itself becomes the danger. Zambia, the Luangwa River. September, the dry season has entered its 4th month. The river has contracted. Mud provides protection from the heat. Hippos depend on submersion to survive. Their skin contains no effective sweat glands. Prolonged sun exposure causes heat damage to the skin. The surface temperature of the Luangwa in the dry season exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. Dried mud surfaces can reach 60 degrees. Approximately 40,000 hippos live along the Luangwa. The largest population on the continent, all must concentrate into the remaining deep water pools. This is a spatial crisis that requires no language to communicate. A hippo's canine teeth measure 50 centimeters. The mouth can open to 150 degrees. The bond between a hippo mother and calf is strong. She does not permit other hippos to approach the calf during the first 2 weeks. The calf rests on the mother's back when sleeping in shallow water. Each dominant male occupies approximately 90 meters of river, with a group of 10 to 15 females and their calves. In the dry season, the distances between territories compress. Males must move in closer proximity. Agitation spreads through the mud. On Friday afternoon, an alpha weighing 1,450 kilograms and a challenger at 1,315 kilograms begin their contest. Hippo males fight for dominance in the dry season. To control reproduction within the pod, one opens its mouth in a display of threat. A small hippo calf, 27 kilograms, 10 days old, still attached to the mother. It is in the wrong location, at the wrong moment. During a dominance fight, a hippo male cannot process the fine details of the surrounding environment. This is also why dominance contests frequently carry collateral costs. The calf does not survive. Grief behavior persists for several days before she stops attempting to rouse the calf. She then prepares for the possibility of another. Calf mortality in the dry season attributable to male dominance fights accounts for 8 to 12% of total hippo calf mortality in drought years. This is a figure that no zoology textbook places in emphasis. Within the same contracted river system, another threat waits beneath the surface: the Mara River, Kenya. Crocodiles and hippos generally coexist without conflict. This is an ancient arrangement. The hippo is dominant in shallow water. The crocodile holds dominance in depth. For the most part, they do not intersect, an equilibrium expressed not in language, but in scale. An adult hippo can bisect a 2.7-meter Nile crocodile. The bite force is sufficient to fracture the crocodile's rib cage. The crocodile is aware of this. They do not pursue adult hippos, but a calf is a different calculation. A 3.7-meter adult Nile crocodile takes the hippo calf, while the mother has moved to find grass on the bank. The mother returns to find the calf. Finding nothing, she cannot identify what has happened. There are too many possible sources of threat. She continues to search. What remains of the calf surfaces? The crocodile waits for the mother to move away. A crocodile's jaw cannot cut through fresh tissue cleanly. Its teeth are built to hold, not to divide. But once the carcass has softened, the crocodile applies the death roll. Within 1 day, nothing remains. The hippo mother remains for 1 additional day. Then she returns to the pod. The Mara River does not allow prolonged reflection. And even the species regarded as the predatory machine of the waterway, the Nile crocodile, has its version of motherhood. At the end of the dry season, a female Nile crocodile excavates an egg chamber 50 centimeters deep in the elevated sandy soil of the riverbank. She deposits 40 to 60 eggs over a single night. Incubation temperature determines sex. Eggs maintained between 31 and 33 degrees Celsius will become male. Outside this range, most will become female. This is temperature-dependent sex determination. a system that shifting climates could disrupt in a way that leaves no turning back. She does not leave the nest for 80 days. She does not eat. She lives off stored fat, shedding about 20% of her body weight during this brooding phase. This is the longest duration that an African reptile voluntarily refrains from food. A level of maternal devotion that is a tall order even for many mammals. The big day has arrived. Hatchlings make high-pitched calls from within their shells. An acoustic signal she has tuned her hearing to catch from beneath 50 centimeters of sand. The hatchlings nestle into the gular pouch beneath her tongue. Jaws meant for strength are now the safest sanctuary. She carries 10 hatchlings per trip. Total time from opening the nest to everyone reaching the water, about 2 hours. This is among the most refined post-birth care behaviors ever documented in any living reptile. In the water, she forms a nursery group, a sheltered area she keeps under her wing for the first 2 weeks. After that, the hatchlings are on their own. First-year loss of life, 95%. Due to birds, fish, monitors, and natural mishaps. From 50 eggs produced, only 1 to 2 individuals might reach maturity. The mother crocodile's equation is solved through strength in numbers, rather than guarding each one individually. The lioness solves it through high investment in a select few, the cheetah through solitary vigilance, the hippo through a physical bond, the leopard through height. 5 mothers, 5 languages. The same challenge. The savannah shows us there is no one-size-fits-all solution. 100 lion cubs born in the Masai Mara. How many will see the dry season come to a close? The Serengeti Lion Project, 6 decades of continuous data since George Schaller in 1966, allows for quite precise calculations. Roughly 50 to 70 cubs do not make it past their first year. 30 to 50 cubs weather the storm to reach their first birthday. 1/4 from a coalition takeover. 1/5 from the lean times of the dry season. 15% from other hunters of the plains, 10% from health struggles and mishaps. The grasslands do not just measure perfection, they measure what is functional. The Masai Mara has seen its lion population reduced by 50% over the last 20 years, yet they beat the odds to remain the most resilient and clever survivors of the savannah. No matter the territory, no matter the rivals they face. At Ruaha National Park, there exists an exception that defies every natural law. Welcome to the Glade, a serene bend along the Goosey River. The Glade Pride, a flourishing family. The baboons are also present, staying in close proximity. Here, the Glade Pride adheres to a genetic code, never to pursue the baboon troop. This unspoken truce carries strict conditions for both parties. As a favored destination for herbivores, the Glade by nature should be a scene of intense conflict. Yet the sight of the baboons moving at ease has provided a curious sense of security. The kudu are the most cautious beings. They are incredibly difficult to approach. At the mere sound of a small snapping twig, the kudu will vanish. The baboons are fulfilling their part of the arrangement, acting as the silent betrayers. The kudu has chosen this spot for its rest, an anticipated lapse in judgment. A greater kudu provides over 100 kilograms of sustenance. The lions find their fulfillment, while the baboons remain secure. Machiavellian intelligence, a concept established by primatologists Andrew Whiten and Richard Byrne in 1988, a form of intellect refined for influence, strategic deception, and the establishment of authority within intricate societies. In a baboon troop, sovereignty stems from the capacity to navigate social politics. They possess a deep awareness of social hierarchy, performing every action to solidify their standing. But the treaty between the lion and the baboon has its boundaries, when a lion transgresses those limits. When a solitary lion intercepts a baboon infant, or when circumstances press the troop into a corner, the truce dissolves entirely, and the baboons respond in a manner that no other herbivore on the savannah would dare. They offer a counter-encounter. In nearly 15% of documented cases where lions approach baboons, the troop does not flee but organizes a structured response. 2 to 5 mature males charge directly toward the approaching lion, while the rest of the troop guides the young and the females toward the high trees. Coordinated vocalizations echo across the land. Pressure from multiple directions forces the lion, though mightier than any individual baboon, to manage simultaneous threats from angles it cannot defend at once. 60% of these counter-encounters end with the lion choosing to withdraw, sometimes carrying lasting reminders of the engagement. Yet of all the actions baboons have displayed toward lions, none has puzzled primatologists more than a scene recorded in July 2020 at Kruger National Park, South Africa. A mature male baboon was seen cradling, grooming, and protecting a newly born lion cub. Not an intervention, nor a search for sustenance, but an act of cradling. This behavior, known as alamothering or caring for the young of another species, has been documented fewer than 10 times globally. Scientific explanations remain a subject of graceful debate. Perhaps the male baboon is expressing a nurturing instinct triggered toward the wrong subject, or perhaps it is a more complex social gesture, a way of affirming presence by holding the offspring of its most formidable neighbor. Whatever the reason, the outcome remained the same. The young lion was later returned safely. But that image, an ancient adversary resting in the arms of its neighbor, remains a question that science has yet to fully resolve. A large Chakma baboon weighs approximately 40 kilograms, a significant disparity in stature. Yet when the baboon stands upon 2 legs, a young lioness perceives a sense of intimidation. She must call for assistance. To the more seasoned lionesses, the baboon is merely a master of illusion. It retreats into the thicket, nurturing a plan of reclamation through a quiet abduction. But it cannot boldly approach where the lion pride is resting. Nor does it possess the strength to engage the juvenile lions. They are entering their season of learning. Suddenly, a familiar sound emerges. She is quite solitary, weary from the journey of bringing new life into the world. The little ones of the sovereign weigh only about 2 kilograms, tiny and delicate. baboons are omnivorous beings. They are particularly adept at perceiving those who are fragile. Another female warrior has arrived. The troop departs, except for one. But the baboon must remain out of their sight. The faint cries of the cub will not reach the ears of its mother. Soon, without the warmth and nourishment of its mother, it will no longer be able to call for grace. Machiavellian intelligence, mobbing tactics, and alliances with lions, all of these serve their greatest purpose when the adversary is visible and predictable. However, the leopard represents the most rigorous challenge precisely because it does not follow those conventions. This is the most incredible large feline on the planet, a resilient survivor. Present from humid tropical forests and harsh high mountains to diverse ecosystems spanning multiple continents. Unconstrained by any fixed menu, the leopard possesses an expansive list of nourishment sources. The wise primate cannot utilize cooperative tactics with this pursuer, for the leopard is a solitary wanderer. Smaller and more agile than a lion, this relentless seeker includes the baboon on its list of potential harvests. The night is its preferred time for the quest. Darkness. It is difficult for a creature of the daylight to withstand one of the most excellent seekers of the night. During the day, baboons do not retreat. Even when alone, the baboon demonstrates its inner strength. Mature male Cape baboons with exceptionally high levels of testosterone will not flee from a female leopard or a young male. Research at the Kruger Conservation Area confirms, during the day, the success rate of a leopard seeking a mature baboon within a troop is nearly zero. Baboons account for less than 5% of a leopard's diet in most regions, because the energy cost is simply too high. But seasoned males are different. They know how to create disarray within the baboon troop, and they act before the subject perceives their presence. Lion, cheetah, leopard. Before those pursuers, the baboon can negotiate, counter-encounter, or at least initiate an orderly withdrawal. The crocodile does not grant the baboon that opportunity. If the secret is revealed, the pursuit usually concludes without result, as the baboon is far too swift upon the earth. But when the baboon bows down to drink at the riverbank, its focus is diminished. At Sava West, water is the essence of life, and the Nile crocodile governs this realm. In those brief moments of drinking, concentration wavers, and that is all a seeker requires. The bite force of a crocodile is the most powerful in the animal kingdom. The only reason this yellow baboon remains breathing is the specific stature of the crocodile. The baboon troop remains present, for while there is breath, there is hope for a resolution. Fortunately, it will take some time before it finds the courage to return to this riverbank. But the relationship between the baboon and the crocodile is not always one-sided. There is a phase of the year when the balance of power shifts. From July to September in East Africa, the female depositing 40 to 80 eggs and remains on guard throughout the 80 to 90 days of incubation. The mother crocodile abstains from nourishment entirely during that time, losing up to 30% of her body weight. This is the only period in her life when she is no longer the perfect ambush seeker. She is bound strictly to a fixed location. The baboon is aware of this phase. The success rate of such raids reaches up to 75%. Yet baboons cannot always avoid the water's edge. During the dry season, baboon troops must journey to find new sources of water. Sometimes this means they must cross the river. The journey across the water is the most precarious moment, and despite every careful step, an encounter still occurs. The strike occurs before the baboon's mind can process the signal of transition. Once the baboon has been drawn into the water, the advantage rests entirely with the crocodile. All that has helped the baboon flourish through millions of years. All become quiet. This is the primary boundary that intellect cannot transcend. If the crocodile exploits environmental vulnerabilities, the African rock python takes advantage of something even more unsettling: the blind spot. The python is an ambush predator that remains patient for the right moment. They wait for the monkeys to come to them. No discernible scent, no sound, no movement. The baboon has yet to develop a countermeasure for a creature that stays perfectly still. Pythons are highly sensitive to vibrations and scents, using their tongues to sense a baboon troop drawing near. When a youngster or a female enters close range, the python strikes with a speed that the human eye can barely track. This bite carries no toxic harm, but it secures the target and ensures there is no getaway. Research suggests pythons can sense a pulse through their skin, and they tighten their grip with every heartbeat until the pulse fades. The immense pressure causes the baboon to lose consciousness much faster than through a lack of air alone. Nothing can be done to aid its escape. The rock python has no fixed zone of concern. They could be anywhere. No warning signs, and there is no path to safety once the coils have been set. Emerging from the hazy veil of dust is the low profile of a warthog. This humble resident acts as an accidental engineer of the plains. Despite the intense heat rising from the ground, they work tirelessly without a break. Their persistent digging in the parched earth is a testament to a powerful survival instinct. Their toolkit may be simple, but it operates with truly remarkable efficiency. The combination of a keen nose and curved tusks creates a perfect navigation system for finding routes. Deep beneath the packed surface, succulent tubers wait to be uncovered. Under the pressure of strong tusks, the dry earth crumbles to reveal precious nutrients. These small excavations directly ease the thirst of the warthog in such harsh conditions. In this miniature desert, the waterholes quickly become life-saving supply stations for many other species. A single act of survival has unintentionally paved the way for the whole community. Nearby, another way of life reaches toward the sky with pride. Under the thorny canopy, the silhouette of a giraffe stands as still as a statue. Tanzania's national animal strives to reach the fresh, tender leaves at towering heights. Their extraordinary body structure is truly a masterpiece of natural engineering. That iconic long neck is not the result of extra vertebrae. It is actually a spectacular lengthening of each individual bone. This unique evolution allows them to claim a food source at heights that are otherwise unreachable. A long, nimble tongue weaves through sharp thorns to harvest precious sustenance. During the dry season, when ground plants wither, the high canopy serves as the final lifeline. However, the stillness of this gentle giant masks a fragile reality. The future for these giants is becoming uncertain amidst harsh shifts. Their living space is shrinking fast under the weight of an ever-changing world. Crossing the sun-drenched plains, the rhythm of life demands a faster and more intense pace than ever. Herds of impala move with care, looking like natural-born dancers of the flats. Every stride they take is a perfect blend of grace and breathtaking speed. When the dry season takes away the green grass, instinct forces these antelope to adapt at once. They turn to harvesting nutrients from leaves and shrubs to keep going. This dietary flexibility is the key that helps them hold their ground during a drought. Yet, searching for a meal in open spaces always comes with extreme risks. They serve as a vital link, providing essential energy for the entire food web. The presence of these animals keeps this vast ecosystem running in a state of balance. To avoid being the evening meal, they must remain in a state of constant, high alert. Their ears twitch incessantly to catch the faintest sound carried by the wind. The moment a threat appears, they release a burst of hidden energy to make their escape. People often refer to them as kings, but in this unforgiving landscape, a crown is merely a burden without an army to back it up. A nomadic male lion. Solitude is not a lifestyle choice. When a male lion is cast out from the pride, it is a whole new ballgame. The hunting success rate for a coalition of lions can reach 30%, but for a lone wanderer, that figure drops by more than half. His focus today is a herd of Cape buffalo. A mature bull weighs nearly 900 kilograms with horns capable of piercing the hide of any hunter. For a solitary lion, engaging a full-grown buffalo is not an act of bravery. It is biting off more than he can chew. He must choose wisely. The lion makes use of every patch of grass, lowering the center of gravity of his 190-kilogram frame to the absolute limit. Every muscle is coiled like a spring. A bittersweet reality, but that is simply the way of the world. Savannah. In this place, nature does not build life based on compassion, but on the most rigorous selection. Seen from space, it is a magnificent tapestry of light and dust, but within, energy is constantly recycled through the pursuit and the final transition. Those who find themselves separated from the group are forced to face a stark reality. When the sun rises, they must hit the ground running to outpace the fastest pursuer or stand stronger than the most assertive challenger. Next, let us observe the lone wanderers, beings that have chosen or were forced into a position where they must face the unyielding nature of the grasslands against all odds without any assistance. If you think a hungry lion is the most daunting sight on the plains, you might want to think twice before crossing paths with an African elephant in a state of must. This is a real-life version of the Incredible Hulk, and it stems from a chemical surge from within. These male elephants are often solitary wanderers. Unlike the peaceful image of a herd guided by a matriarch, the males typically strike out on their own once they reach maturity. They roam or form loose associations until they find a group of females during the breeding season. But what if the breeding season arrives and they have not found their special someone? It is a difficult situation. Must is a recurring biological phenomenon in mature males, and it makes them a force to be reckoned with for anyone or anything that enters their field of vision. During this phase, the testosterone levels in this giant's bloodstream can soar to 60 times the normal amount. It is like drinking 100 cups of espresso all at once, while feeling incredibly intense. In its mind right now, the entire world is a potential adversary, especially when it encounters a worthy opponent. At this stage, the elephant's brain chemistry is heavily influenced by hormones, making them tough as nails as they lose the ability to register physical discomfort. The confrontation only concludes when they regain their composure and call it a day. Another giant emerges, the only hoofed wanderer that is quite literally head and shoulders above an elephant's field of vision. But this is not a solitary male who is feeling a bit hot under the collar. This is a single mother, and she is right on the verge of welcoming a new life into the world. Given her towering stature, her little one is about to experience a tumble from a height of about 2 meters. Welcoming a new life into the world is certainly no walk in the park. The mother might find herself feeling a bit down for the count for just a fleeting moment. But she must find the inner strength to get back on her feet and rise with resilience. We often get the wrong idea about the spotted hyena. A shadowy figure, a dedicated member of nature's cleanup crew. Yet, if you look closely into those eyes, you will find a mind that is sharp as a tack and a level of patience that is truly remarkable. When it comes to the mindset of seeking a meal, hyenas are absolute masters at reading between the lines of any situation. Here, we are witnessing one of the savannah's more somber chapters, and it is a bitter pill to swallow. The mother giraffe is currently navigating the heavy weight of saying a final goodbye to her little one. Her calf's journey reached its conclusion just as it was entering the world, showing how life can sometimes throw a curveball. A powerful maternal instinct makes it hard for the mother to call it a day and move on. She uses her tall frame to shield the tiny form from any uninvited guests who might be lingering. But across the way, this spotted hyena has already caught wind of the recent passing from 3 kilometers away, thanks to a sense of smell so keen it can pick up organic changes in the breeze. The spotted hyena possesses the most substantial brain relative to its body mass among the meat-eating community of Africa, especially the prefrontal cortex that handles strategizing and finding a way forward. He recognizes that attempting to go toe-to-toe with a protective mother giraffe is definitely not in the cards. A single powerful movement from a giraffe's leg could bring an abrupt end to the day for even a lion, and this hyena has no desire to push his luck. He stands there, not as a challenger, but as a silent shadow. He senses the exhaustion, the heavy heart, and the gradual acceptance that is beginning to wash over the mind of that gentle giant. Time is truly on the side of the hyena. There is no need for a messy struggle nor those eerie cackles. The spotted hyena simply and quietly gathers the reward for its patience. Sometimes, in the struggle for survival, the strongest individual is not the one with the heaviest strike, but the one who can wait the longest until the opponent decides to throw in the towel. If the grasslands are the stage for open pursuits, then the river is a theater of deception. As we approach the end of 2025, hydrological studies in the sub-Saharan Africa region show that rivers are becoming more unpredictable due to extreme weather patterns. Water sources are receding, turning the remaining watering holes into mandatory gathering points. This is known as the edge effect, a place where species density reaches its peak and where the frequency of heightened conflict is off the charts. In this place, the rules of the dry land go out the window. The agility of an antelope or the teamwork of a pack of wild dogs are rendered useless. That calm surface provides absolute concealment for jaws capable of immense pressure that are simply in a league of their own. In the savannah, there is an unwritten rule. Never let your guard down, even if you have just narrowly escaped a precarious situation. This female kudu has just made a spectacular getaway from a pack of African wild dogs. Hunters with a success rate of up to 80% by leaping straight into the home of a Nile crocodile. This is not just a creature, it is a flawless biological design that has endured for over 200 million years without needing to change the blueprint. With the length of a small bus and weighing nearly 700 kilograms, this titan is the definition of quiet, patient resolve. We often see them sunbathing together on the sandbanks, but do not let that communal appearance pull the wool over your eyes. Nile crocodiles are extreme individualists. Unlike the pack of wild dogs standing regretfully on the shore, those who value teamwork, This Nile crocodile is a lone gladiator. Crocodiles have the ability to slow their heart rate to just a few beats per minute and remain concealed underwater for hours on end. Their backs are covered in osteoderms, small bony plates that act as armor and a way to regulate body temperature. But the true equipment lies in the jaws. When they snap shut, the pressure creates a force of up to 260 kilograms per square centimeter. To help you visualize, that power is 30 times stronger than a heavyweight boxer's punch and is enough to splinter the femur of a large greater kudu with the greatest of ease. The poor kudu thought the water would provide sanctuary from the sharp teeth of the dogs, unaware that she had just crossed paths with a being possessing the most powerful bite on the planet. In this river, there is no room for sympathy. There is only stillness, the snap, and a total disappearance beneath the murky depths. The crocodile does not need to chase its meal to the point of exhaustion. It simply waits for the world to bring the meal on a silver platter. A harsh arrangement of fate, is it not? If solitude for a lion is a sentence, for an African wild dog, it is a profound psychological struggle. Imagine you are part of the world's most precise Swiss watch mechanism, and suddenly you find yourself out of gear. This wild dog is facing something even more daunting than physical marks. Broken heart syndrome, or what medical professionals call Takotsubo syndrome in animals. African wild dogs thrive on incredibly tight social connections. When separated from the pack, cortisol levels in their blood soar, weakening the immune system and reflex capabilities. It is not just hurting from the marks upon its skin, it is slowly losing its way due to the weight of solitude. And when you falter, the pursuers appear immediately. The spotted hyena. These are not merely scavengers. They are the most resilient opportunists of the plains. An African wild dog weighs about 25 kilograms, while its challenger weighs twice as much, around 60 kilograms, making this a tall order to overcome. But this wild dog does not simply surrender. It is the spirit of a true warrior. This is a true test of wills. On one side is a hunter full of energy from finding a vulnerable target, while on the other is a lone soul clinging to the last ray of hope to reunite with its family. In behavioral psychology, this resistance is known as the defiance of the one with their back against the wall. If it cannot demonstrate strength right now, it will transform from a hunter into a mere statistic on the hyena's evening menu. This demanding arena does not care who you once were. It only cares how long you can remain upright before the journey ends. From afar, the Great Migration appears as an impenetrable living fortress made of more than 2 million souls. But for the hunters waiting at the edge of the brush, this vast crowd is merely an illusion. The pursuers do not challenge the entire herd. They execute a campaign of forced isolation. The objective is to break the flow of the movement. When a wildebeest is separated from the unified mass of the herd, it becomes a solitary, nameless entity facing its final chapter without any assistance. Nature is quite unyielding when it comes to serving its own brand of justice. The massive crowd will continue to march on, never looking back, leaving behind the companion who has just become a lone figure. As the dry season approaches, they must step on it to pursue the cooling rains. From this perspective, the migration is not the journey of a collective group, but rather millions of individual struggles unfolding at the same time. We will witness how the hunters select their black sheep, transforming a bustling scene of life into a theater of absolute solitude. The objective for today is the zebra. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover when it comes to those black and white stripes, as these creatures are muscular running machines that truly mean business. A kick from a zebra's hind leg carries enough force to shatter a seeker's jaw if they aren't on their toes. In the world of the lion, the females are the architects of the strategy. Just take a look at how they go about their business. In the intense warmth of the dry season, every bit of energy spent on a pursuit that doesn't pan out brings them one step closer to reaching their limit. Because of that, they make sure to never let any effort go to waste. It is a display of calculated efficiency that truly gets the job done. While the rest of the zebras carry on as if it were business as usual, one of their own has transitioned into the vital nourishment that fuels the next generation of lions. There is no sentiment involved here, only the grand design of biological balance that keeps everything on an even keel. If lions are the tanks, then cheetahs are the Formula One racing cars of the savannah, truly in a league of their own. But to reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, that remarkable ability comes at a cost. Take a look at this cheetah coalition. They head out to find a meal during the height of the midday sun, while every other seeker is taking a breather and relaxing beneath the shade of a tree. They want to make the most of the window when the coast is clear of any potential friction. During the noon hours, prominent seekers like lions or hyenas usually take it easy, which makes it much less likely that a meal will be disturbed by others. In tandem, neighbors like the wildebeest are often running on fumes and react slowly due to a lack of water. Still, this approach is a high-stakes roll of the dice. A single cheetah usually doesn't have the physical power to bring a 200-kilogram adult wildebeest's journey to a close on its own. But this is truly where the beauty of teaming up shines through. This encounter often stretches on and leaves both sides feeling like they have run out of steam. The cheetah has to pant heavily to catch its breath and cool down before beginning its meal, and that is precisely when it is at its most exposed. As the world's fastest sprinter, it still finds itself needing to watch its back while eating, worried that its hard-earned reward might be whisked away. It turns out that life isn't always a bed of roses, even when you are a top-tier Olympic athlete. Let's circle back to the huntresses who are enjoying their zebra banquet. Only 2 of them remain, young seekers who are still wet behind the ears and didn't contribute much to the pursuit. There are only slim pickings left, yet they won't even be able to finish their meal to their heart's content. This is a coalition. However, the fact that they do not arrive together and engage in scuffles over a meal suggests they are not on the same page like other alliances. This is typical of coalitions formed by nomadic males who are strangers to one another. These alliances usually consist of only 2 to 3 males, forming a looser bond that is prone to disagreements. It is a marriage of convenience, built more on necessity than on affection. They need one another to stand against other groups eyeing their territory. Yet when a meal is present, their royal instincts come to the forefront. These skirmishes are necessary to re-establish the social hierarchy. Science refers to this as intra-coalition competition. The victor gets to call the shots and claim the most nutritious portions to maintain his physical edge. If one sustained a significant injury during this internal struggle, the entire alliance would fall apart and they would soon be replaced by a younger, stronger pair. It is a delicate balance, much like walking a tightrope. One must be powerful enough to dominate a companion, yet wise enough not to permanently harm them. A complex puzzle is unfolding right here on this dusty grass. Still, this is not nearly as somber as the story taking place in the receding watering hole. If there ever were a candidate for the title of the most unfortunate youngster in Africa, it would be this little fellow right here. A young hippopotamus separated from its mother during the dry season. For a creature whose sensitive skin requires constant hydration, being stranded on land under this sun can lead to the end of one's journey. But the hardship does not end there. Just look at what he must endure.
I know it's nature, they gotta take it to pieces.
A hippopotamus's skin may be thick, but it is extremely susceptible to microbes if it becomes abraded in these parched, sweltering conditions. This little one has been holding his own like a true warrior, enduring dozens of nips and shoves. But the reality is, his chances of pulling through are slim to none. Without mother's milk to provide vital protection, his skin is cracking from dehydration and his injuries are beginning to decline under the presence of swarming flies. He is fighting an uphill battle. His resilience is truly admirable, but nature does not hand out trophies for effort. Nature only recognizes the final outcome. And here, sadly, The outcome was determined the moment he drifted away from his mother's side. A solitary warrior might just run out of steam before ever having the chance to become a titan of the river. The rainy season arrives. It brings more than just gentle raindrops. It carries a force that can level everything in its path. At this moment, the river becomes a profound challenge for survival. It is a liquid giant ready to sweep away anyone without enough weight to hold their ground. The unexpected occurs. The pressure of the floodwaters can reach several tons per square meter. For such a small soul, it is a moment where the stakes are high. Yet, nothing is more powerful than a mother's instinct. Watch how the mother responds. Swift, decisive, without a moment's hesitation. With a weight of nearly 4,000 kilograms, she transforms herself into a living seawall. The mother uses her powerful trunk to keep her little one close. This is an urgent response from the central nervous system, where emotional intelligence and physical strength become one. One slip and they could both be lost to the stream. But resilience wins the day. The mother guides her calf close to the bank, safe and sound. But there is little sanctuary in the land of the nomadic male lions, whether it is the dry season or the lush rainy months. This young male possesses a golden mane. It would be quite a sight if he were the leader of a pride. However, he is still on his own. After wandering for many days, he catches the scent of a meal and draws near. An elder male lion is sharing a feast. This old gentleman no longer has the strength to challenge for the crown. He truly bit off more than he could chew. The youngster mistook the mercy shown to the elder as an open invitation for himself. The result? A decisive confrontation. Why such a stern response? Because the leader knows that a well-fed young competitor will grow strong. And a strong lion will soon return to give him a run for his money. Without food, the youngster will lose his edge, and the leader's position will remain secure. A victor rises, his mane soaked with rainwater and crimson, letting out a roar to claim his territory. The one who came up short, he must depart with marks of the struggle that might take many months to mend. That is, if he manages to pull through. Here, glory belongs only to the last man standing. A new day dawns. After the encounter with the wandering males, a member of the coalition has earned the approval of the lionesses. The pride is in need of a leader, and he is the cream of the crop. Why do the females accept him? Take a look at that mane. A dark and thick mane signifies high testosterone levels and even greater prowess in a struggle. In the eyes of the lionesses, he is the real deal to ensure the next healthy generation. mating season is drawing near. This ascension occurs with surprising speed. These female hunters lower themselves to show their respect. It is a necessity to maintain the strongest bloodline. A new leader has emerged. The pride now has a new protector, one ready to stand his ground against anyone who dares to question the newly established order. Welcome the new sovereign to a position that is fit for a king. The migration season draws to a close, and the long-standing citizens of the savannah are returning home. For a leopard, this is simply the revival of a world-class menu. Proud, solitary, and spot-on with its precision. With highly developed muscles in its shoulders and neck, a 60-kilogram leopard can carry a meal weighing twice its own body weight up 5 meters into a vertical tree. Why put in such an effort? Because he knows that down on the ground, a stern reality is lurking. The rewards of a perfect hunt can be taken away in the blink of an eye by those with greater power but less motivation to do the work. The leopard takes pride in its skill. It looks down on the world from above, enjoying its meal in absolute solitude, feeling like it is on top of the world. A quiet dominance, where a misstep by another is a gift for the hunter. As the migration returns, the lionesses cannot look the other way. They have waited for a very long time throughout the dry season for the moment when millions of others return to the plains. But they overlook one vital detail. In the world of lions, this is known as the feeding hierarchy. The mature male always holds absolute priority. Not only is he larger and stronger, but he also holds supreme authority, and most importantly, he serves as the shield for the entire pride. All those who were previously enjoying the meal are encouraged to move aside. This firm approach is how the male ensures he gets the lion's share while asserting his absolute standing. If he were to let the females go first, his influence would go out the window. There are no exceptions. A proud ruler never feels the need to explain himself. He simply takes what he wants because he is the one calling the shots. The patience shown by the pride is the price paid for having a guardian to keep their home safe from uninvited guests. This is a moment of unvarnished truth. After putting every ounce of energy into that remarkable sprint, the cheetah is in its most delicate state. Its body temperature has reached a critical level, and its lungs are yearning for oxygen. And then the prideful sovereign appears. This encounter is so brief it is almost hard to believe. The cheetah is wise enough not to put its future on the line for one meal. Male lions have this down to a science. He knows that following the hunters can be much more productive than doing the heavy lifting himself. It is a blend of pride and a formidable kind of wisdom. The cheetah stands there, watching its hard work disappear right under its nose. In this kingdom, an uncompromising nature is not a sign of malice. It is simply the name of the game for survival. The male lion's only goal is to remain the top dog at the peak of the food chain. And at times, that means being a bit of an imposing presence. His pride is sustained by the setbacks of others. This is the reality of the savannah as the sun begins to set. Those with the most influence take what they wish, while the others must settle for what is left behind. After having its meal claimed by a male lion and being encouraged to move along, our cheetah wanders into a whole new territory. It is like the rough side of the tracks, home to some truly gritty characters, baboons. These are some of the sharpest, most spirited, and most dedicated primates when it comes to keeping a score. A group of agitated baboons can turn a quiet afternoon stroll into a whole new ballgame. Why is that? Because baboons simply don't back down from a confrontation. They are equipped with canines measuring 5 centimeters long, actually outpacing those of a lion, and they follow a very disciplined military-like social order. The one who has more at stake is usually the one who decides to beat a hasty retreat. For that reason, our feline Ferrari decided it was best to simply turn right back around. If the cheetah is the definition of finesse, then this is a whole different animal of raw, unbridled power. The black rhino, a solitary giant with a temperament that is more of a wild card than the Wall Street stock market. Scientists have observed that even though their vision is nothing to write home about, as they cannot see anything clearly beyond 30 meters, their senses of smell and hearing function like high-grade military radar. An adult male requires at least 4 to 5 square kilometers to call his own, and he marks his territory by leaving a hefty deposit and then using his hind legs to scatter it across the surroundings. A rather pungent way of putting up a nameplate, but it certainly gets the job done. The clash of the living tanks. There is no specialized technique, no clever maneuvering to step aside, just pure muscle and the resilience of skin that is 5 centimeters thick. An impact from a rhino's horn can lead to deep health complications or internal fluid concerns. the individual who ends up behind the 8-ball during these territorial disputes may eventually become an opportunity for others, the scavengers. Scientific evidence reveals that, for the spotted hyena, securing up to 70% of their own nourishment through active pursuit is simply par for the course. However, whenever a complimentary meal is on the table, they certainly won't look a gift horse in the mouth. With a bite force that rivals an industrial press, sturdy enough to break down the heavy femur of an elephant, they are truly nature's most efficient biological recycling units. The black-backed jackals are like the sharp-as-a-tack legal experts arriving at the scene of the event. They are not equipped to stand toe-to-toe with the hyenas, so they opt to skillfully whisk away small morsels instead. They are swift, daring, and always ready to seize the day when an opportunity appears. The coordination between the hyenas and jackals ensures that not a single milligram of protein is left to waste. But if you happen to think they are the final members of the cleanup crew, you are barking up the wrong tree. Just take a look up at the sky. Ature's very own high-altitude surveillance drones. Vultures can soar as high as 11,000 meters, matching the cruising altitude of a commercial airliner, just to catch a scent of things returning to the Earth. Their stomachs contain an acid so potent that it can neutralize even anthrax bacteria or rabies. They are the physicians who keep widespread health crises at bay for the entire Serengeti. As night falls, the Serengeti does not go to sleep. It simply changes shifts. The cleanup crews have finished their rounds, and territorial boundaries have been redrawn with marks of the struggle and distinct scents, a perfect cycle of matter and energy. But the wild world is not just about high-stakes confrontations or earthly remains. It is also home to citizens of pure beauty and extraordinary talents that we often miss the boat on. Take a little breather, because in the next chapter, we will go in search of the residents who bring a sense of wonder to the savannah. Sit tight. The splendor of the savannah is waiting for you just ahead. Beyond the massive migrations and the power struggles for the throne among the big cats, the Serengeti and the Masai Mara are also home to some very special citizens. They do not require massive herd sizes or absolute physical strength to make their mark on the map of survival. Every individual is a masterwork of design, a sophisticated piece of the puzzle within the most complex ecosystem on the planet. In this place, survival is defined by precision and tactics that have been refined down to a science. Take a look at that pristine white uniform contrasting with that chestnut brown cloak. The African fish eagle. Don't mistake this fellow for his distant North American cousin, the bald eagle. This bird possesses its own unique aura, the confidence of someone who knows they own some of the most prime real estate on the planet. Science never lies about the favor evolution has bestowed upon this species. The eyes of the African fish eagle have a cone cell density 5 times higher than that of a human, allowing it to see through the complex refraction of the water's surface from a height of 50 meters. But the real secret weapon isn't in the eyes, it's in the feet. Biological studies have shown that the undersides of their talons are covered with tiny spikes called spicules. Just imagine them as the non-slip spikes of a professional mountain climber. They allow him to maintain a firm grip on the slipperiest fish, even when the target tries to move vigorously with significant force. However, life at this riverside office isn't always a walk in the park. To maintain his status, the African fish eagle must be an expert in territorial psychology. See that dry branch over there? From this spot, he lets out a resonant call, a melody we call the Voice of Africa. In reality, though, it's a formal announcement of territorial ownership for an individual or a pair. Field research at Lake Victoria shows that African fish eagle pairs remain loyal to each other for a lifetime. They also have the ability to coordinate efforts to encourage larger predators like the African harrier hawk or even the marabou stork to move along if they dare to venture near the nest. Precise down to the millisecond. That isn't luck. It's the result of a brain programmed to solve physics problems regarding angles and resistance. But even with all that talent, there is often more than meets the eye. The African fish eagle is a professional outlaw in its own right. If he spots a heron that has just secured a delicious fish, he won't hesitate to stage a daylight heist. Leaving behind the authoritative office of the Riverside Regional Director, we journey further inland, where the typical rules of subtlety are thrown out the window. In the Serengeti, if you don't possess the sheer strength to overshadow others, you must have an appearance that simply cannot be ignored. And right here, on the parched branches of the acacia thorns, we encounter a fellow who is doing exactly that in the loudest way possible. With at least 8 different shades of color across its body, this creature looks like the palette of an impressionist painter that has just been tipped over. Folks call them the jewels of the sky, but don't let that dapper appearance lead you astray. Behind those technicolor feathers is the heart of a true competitor, a punk rock character who is fearless to a fault. But why are they so radiant in a land filled with dust and camouflage? The answer lies in the concept of structural coloration. The brilliant turquoise on their wings doesn't just come from pigment, but from the way microscopic structures on the feathers interact with light. Even more fascinatingly, avian vision data indicates that the lilac-breasted roller has the capacity to see the ultraviolet spectrum. This means that to other birds, this stylish fellow is even more dazzling and prominent than what human eyes can perceive. It is a vibrant advertising system announcing, "I am in the pink of health, I have excellent genes, and this territory is mine." Not as flamboyant as the lilac-breasted roller, the secretary bird is renowned for its size, elegant appearance, and sharp abilities. With long black feathers extending from the back of its head, resembling the quill pens of a Victorian-era secretary, this creature possesses an unmistakable look. But don't let that office appearance pull the wool over your eyes. This is a professional specialist optimized for close-range interactions on the ground. While other birds of prey spend most of their time observing from above, the secretary bird chooses to walk dozens of miles every day like a persistent tracker, never missing a single inch of ground beneath its feet. A single strike from a secretary bird can generate an impact force of up to 195 newtons. Let's run the numbers. That figure is about 5 to 6 times the body weight of the bird itself. But what is truly remarkable is the speed. The strike occurs within 15 milliseconds. To give you a better picture, a human blink takes 150 milliseconds, which means this bird can deliver 10 high-impact strikes in the time it takes you to blink just once. The cobra, despite possessing reflexes among the fastest in the reptile world, is left completely at a loss. The cobra, despite possessing reflexes among the fastest in the reptile world, is left completely at a loss. Its nervous system simply doesn't have enough time to send a signal to react. The bone structure of the secretary bird's legs features a particularly high mineral density in the shin area, allowing them to absorb the counterforce from those heavy strikes without sustaining any harm. It is the perfect combination of a sledgehammer and the legs of a ballet dancer. A precision hunter who doesn't need sharp teeth or typical eagle talons. The secretary bird concludes its hunt with absolute precision and a calm, formidable demeanor. This bird is the very reflection of efficiency. It doesn't show off its strength unnecessarily, only delivering a strike when a successful outcome is in the bag. In the world of giants in the Serengeti, this secretary still knows how to make everyone look up, or rather look down with profound reverence from the height of those supermodel legs. Their existence is a testament that, in nature, sometimes the best way to reach the top is to keep your feet on the ground and be ready to sweep aside anything that stands in your way. If you think you have seen everything on these grasslands just because you have a pair of expensive binoculars, then you'd better brace yourself to be fooled. Out in the borderlands between the savanna and the dense forest, nature does not play a straightforward game. It plays a game of hide and seek. And in that game, there is a character who has elevated the act of vanishing into a sophisticated art form that makes even the most seasoned trackers second-guess their own vision. Let's welcome the greater kudu, the one folks call the ghost of the brush. In the world of antelopes, if the wildebeest are the noisy blue-collar workers, the greater kudu is the reclusive aristocrat. Just take a look at those horns. That is more than just a pair of horns. It is a spiral architectural masterpiece that can reach a length of 1 8/10 meters. To earn this majestic look, a male must spend at least 6 long years shaping them through 3 perfect twists. However, that magnificent headgear comes with a cost that is no picnic to manage. Imagine trying to navigate a 1950 Cadillac through a narrow New York City alleyway. That is exactly how a male kudu feels when weaving through the acacia thorns. To avoid getting hung up, they employ a technique that leaves behavioral scientists in awe. They tilt their chin up, tucking their horns flat against their back to glide through the tight spots. It is a contradictory blend of flashy size and unbelievable agility. The true secret to their survival over millions of years does not lie in those horns, but in their wardrobe. Those white vertical stripes are not there for fashion. They serve to break up the animal's physical outline in the dappled light of the open woodlands. An optical study from 2024 confirmed that at distances over 20 meters, the eyes of a lion or a leopard find it incredibly challenging to distinguish the form of a greater kudu from a background of dry branches. This fellow doesn't even need to make a run for it. He simply remains still and lets the laws of physics regarding light handle the rest. And let's not overlook those ears. These radar dishes can rotate 180 degrees independently to pick up even the most subtle frequencies. The latest auditory data indicates that the greater kudu is capable of detecting the snap of a dry twig from as far away as 500 meters when the air is still. To them, the world is not a series of pictures, but a highly detailed map of sounds. Once those ears pick up an unfamiliar signal, that entire 300-kilogram frame of muscle will vanish into the deep woods as smoothly as a puff of smoke, leaving the one giving chase scratching their head, wondering if they actually saw a living creature or just a trick of the Serengeti heat. Even their vocalization is a surprising departure from their noble appearance. It is the loudest bark among all the antelope species, a firm warning signal sent out to every resident of the thickets. But once that sound fades, a blanket of quiet immediately settles back over everything. The greater kudu will return to his shadows, continuing his life as the ultimate master of invisibility. Out in the Masai Mara, spotting a mature male kudu remains a true test of one's patience. They serve as a reminder that in a world full of those who like to blow their own horn regarding strength and speed, sometimes the ultimate winner is the one who knows how to stay quiet and blend into the void. An elegant, proud existence, yet always staying on your toes with every single breath. But the zebra is not the most challenging target for a lion. On the savannah, there are always giants large enough to challenge the most powerful hunters. Together, we have just journeyed through the most profound chapters of the struggle for existence for the young ones on the wild savannah. Which creature in today's episode has inspired you to perceive the wilderness in a new light? Is it the courageous lion cub or the resourceful leopard? Please share your reflections in the comments section below. Your understanding serves as a meaningful tribute to these magnificent wild spirits. Indonesia. Komodo Island. The Java Sea. For decades, nearly a century of scientific observation, it was believed the Komodo dragon overcame its quarry using bacteria. Its mouth was thought to be teeming with microbes from organic remains. A single strike wouldn't finish things instantly, but health complications would take their toll over several days. The target escapes, the Komodo waits. Nature's microscopic cleaners handle the rest. That was the textbook narrative. In 2009, Brian Fry and a research team at the University of Queensland published entirely different evidence in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. A genuine venom gland, situated in the lower jaw, produces at least 4 specialized proteins: phospholipase, A2, CRISP, kallikrein, and natriuretic peptide. The architecture of this gland was more intricate than any reptile studied up to that point. It wasn't the microbes, it wasn't just luck. This is evolutionary engineering, refined over millions of years, overlooked because no one was looking in the right place. The Komodo dragon, 70 kilograms, weighing as much as an average National Football League lineman, 3 meters in length. It moves with the composure of someone who already knows the victory is in the bag. Kallikrein and CRISP within the venom disrupt the blood-clotting cascade. The wound refuses to close. The deer retreats, believing it has made a getaway. It covers 4 kilometers within 30 minutes. It feels secure. The Komodo pinpoints its target in 3 dimensions across several kilometers. There is no rush. The deer is experiencing internal complications with no way to stop them. The Komodo can sense every final step. And here is the bottom line. The Komodo is the top dog of its island home. It has no natural adversaries, no significant rivals. 2 continents, 6 distinct solutions. In engineering, we refer to this as convergent design, where 2 separate teams, working with different materials, arrive at the same optimal blueprint. Because there is a definitive solution for every specific problem, and with enough time and pressure, you will eventually hit the nail on the head. Evolution has all the time in the world, and its demands never cease. We look at venom and perceive a formidable risk. But evolution views venom as a technical challenge, one that has been solved 6 times, in 6 different ways, by 6 species that have no idea the others even exist. Each year, more than 2 million people experience snake encounters. Over 100,000 of them do not make it through. It is not because serpents are seeking us out. It is because the gap between our 2 worlds is closing faster than either side can adjust. On the Mozambique savanna where this story began, the grass still sways in the afternoon breeze. The empire remains, ever patient, ever enduring. The takeover has passed. Yet the dry season has not released its grip. And at the final meeting point for every species, the ultimate pressure awaits. It is the end of the dry season. 40 consecutive days have passed without rain. The lionesses have reunited after successfully avoiding the nomadic males. They are left with only 3 cubs. The entire pride gathers at the only remaining waterhole, within a radius of 9.6 kilometers. Every other water source has vanished. Within the reeds, an African rock python measuring 5 meters. has been concealed for 3 days. A python does not pursue its prize in the manner of a lion. It does not engage in a chase. It does not emit a roar. It simply waits. One of the 3 observant lion cubs manages to keep an eye out and notices the hidden presence. The young female intends to discourage it, but this python has likely endured a lack of nourishment for too long. The 5-month-old cub possesses more curiosity and courage than seasoned tactical experience. The python does not remain passive. It lunges and makes contact with the young one's face. As a cry of discomfort rings out, her siblings arrive just in time. The python is forced to withdraw and slides away into the distance. The young ones offer comfort and groom one another. They understand that their numbers are few, and they must stand united. If you have journeyed with us this far, please share your thoughts on the bond between these lion siblings. Be sure to like and subscribe so you never miss any captivating stories about the lions of Africa. Stay tuned. As the struggle for survival for these young ones is far from over. The lions are secure. Another hunter, however, is not as fortunate. At a distance of 4.8 kilometers from the waterhole, atop a large marula tree, a black leopard mother has raised her only offspring. A black leopard is a melanistic variation of this mysterious large cat. The dark pigment is a result of a variation in the MC1R gene. They are quite rare in the lowlands of East Africa. Though the young male is over 1 year old and matches his mother in size, he remains in the sanctuary of the tree while she is away. Another African rock python, measuring approximately 3.7 meters, is drawing near the young leopard. While the mother is out providing, the young leopard finds itself in an unexpected encounter. A python's jaw is capable of stretching to 150% of its natural size. If the serpent succeeds in its hold, this young male would represent a significant prize for the 4-meter reptile. The constriction could cause his journey to end before he has a chance to break free. But this young male is a spirited little warrior. He has evaded a precarious situation. Next time, he would be wise to follow his mother to refine his skills. their current residence is no longer a safe haven. Stretching for approximately 6,437 kilometers, the Amazon holds the title for the river with the greatest water volume on the planet. This ecosystem is divided into two contrasting personalities: white water and black water. Flowing from the Andes, the nutrient-rich white water carries an abundance of silt. In contrast, the black water branches possess high acidity that tests the limits of survival, driving the remarkable evolution of native fish. The Anhinga possesses a calculated set of skills, gliding beneath the surface like a serpent-like shadow. Its unique plumage allows this specialist to submerge to depths of 6 meters. When a target is sighted, its flexible neck delivers a lightning-fast strike. Its sharp beak pierces the prize with absolute precision. The black caiman presides over the wetlands as a premier hunter at the top of the food chain. This South American giant reaches a length of 6 meters and a weight exceeding 500 kilograms. With a lifespan reaching 70 years, they possess incredible endurance. The ability to forego nourishment for weeks or even months allows this reptile to adapt perfectly to a demanding environment. Its dark skin serves a dual purpose by providing camouflage in the murky depths and absorbing maximum warmth from the sun. Its vision pierces through the darkness thanks to a specialized reflective membrane within its eyes. Its most formidable asset is a bite with a pressure of 25,510,612 Newton per square meter, leading the world of crocodilians. This immense jaw strength easily processes even the most stubborn of prizes. The serrated teeth of the red-bellied piranha make them a notable presence, capable of navigating through their meal in the blink of an eye. They typically coordinate in groups of 20 to 30 individuals. A collective effort can reduce a target's weight by 35% in just a few short minutes. This hunter also demonstrates remarkable flexibility, willing to transition to organic remains or vegetation to sustain itself. The arapaima is a titan of the freshwater world, reaching 3 meters in length and weighing over 200 kilograms. This massive creature possesses the ability to breathe air directly due to a remarkable adaptation of its swim bladder. This unique biological trait allows it to thrive even in waters that are oxygen poor. The anaconda holds the throne among serpents with a length exceeding 9 meters and a weight over 200 kilograms. Its powerful body, covered in olive green scales with black patterns, allows it to move with absolute silence underwater. The placement of its eyes and nostrils near the top of its head enables this giant to observe its surroundings while remaining fully submerged. Rather than using teeth to conclude the encounter, the anaconda secures its target with a firm hold before consuming it whole. After consuming a large rival, like a black caiman, its metabolic rate spikes to 40 times its normal level. To process such a massive meal, the serpent enters a state of deep rest for weeks or months. Its heart naturally expands by an additional 40% to optimize blood flow during this intense digestive phase. Across the globe, these influential reptiles continue to preside. They do not merely serve as a backdrop, but are vital links in the circle of life. Let us return to Mozambique, Africa, where these reptiles are present in nearly every distinct environment. Mozambique, a nation carrying the remnants of its history. Yet in the natural world, it is a masterpiece of endurance. These wilderness areas are far more than mere forests. They are biological engines operating at a breathtaking pace. Welcome to the southern tip of one of the planet's most magnificent fractures, the East African Rift System. At the heart of wild Mozambique, Gorongosa National Park is more than just a sanctuary. It is a living geological entity. Millions of years ago, the shifting of the Earth's crust formed a massive basin, a vast reservoir of nutrients known as the sump. This mechanism is remarkably straightforward yet powerful. Silt from the rivers has flowed here for millions of years, accumulating into a wealthy source of life energy. The result? An extraordinary concentration of large mammals and reptiles, transforming this area into a rare ecological tapestry, where tropical rainforest, dry savanna, and wetlands intertwine within a compact space. An arena where every square meter offers a chance for survival or the conclusion of a life cycle. Mozambique is situated entirely within the Zambesian bioregion, referred to by scientists as the genetic migration corridor. Molecular genetics studies as of the year 2025 have revealed a surprising fact. The lion and elephant populations here possess the highest haplotype diversity on the continent. Yet, if large mammals are the visible rulers, reptiles are the true living timelines. With their steady pace and unwavering loyalty to their territory, their presence allows scientists to interpret the big picture of this region's climate history over the past 10,000 years. They are silent witnesses, recording every breath of the earth. In Mozambique, solitary rocky peaks. Inselbergs standing tall like ancient watchtowers. And the arid western savanna create a rigorous arena for existence. In this land, the shadows are not the only challenge. The true trial often comes from the brilliant radiance of the sun. Look toward the sky. Higher than the heat waves rising from the earth, a spectral figure glides. Martial Eagle, a masterpiece of biological aerial engineering. Its eyes are far more than mere observation tools. They are living radar with peak vision nearly 4 times that of a human. 6 kilometers. Visualize this. From that distance, while a human eye sees only a blur of dust, this eagle has already locked onto the slightest movement of its target within the scorched grass. But the true scale of this eagle lies in the figures that modern science has recently decoded. Those recent global positioning system tracking studies have shattered all previous understanding of their range. A pair of martial eagles does not simply oversee a forest. They govern a realm spanning over 1,000 square kilometers. But as the shadow of the sky hunter passes by, another spectral presence rises directly from the soil. Look into the heart of Gorongosa National Park. Here, we do not merely see hunters. We are witnessing a trophic cascade in motion that is redefining the entire survival map of this region. Lion, sovereign of the grasslands. But in Mozambique, these royal bloodlines no longer follow antiquated patterns of pursuit. Modern science has identified a dramatic shift in their conduct, an extreme ecological versatility rarely seen anywhere else on the planet. Following the tireless efforts of the resurrection ecology model, the wetlands here began to expand, and the lion prides at Gorongosa underwent a culinary revolution to adapt. Rather than expending energy on exhausting pursuits of antelope across the dry plains, they have chosen to go toe-to-toe with the giants of the swamp, Nile crocodile and African rock python. Picture a life-altering struggle between the raw, muscular power of ancient reptiles and the sophisticated group hunting techniques of Africa's largest cat. Engaging armored crocodiles or massive rock pythons is not simply about nourishment. It is a bold survival strategy within a self-restoring ecosystem. When the one at the top of the food chain shifts focus, the entire system responds. This is the face of a new Mozambique. Fierce, evolving, and unpredictable. Beneath the shadows of the massive hunters, another graceful yet resolute presence glides on legs long as stilts. Meet the secretary bird. Do not let its slender frame and the elegant crest feathers on its head mislead you. This is one of the most specialized and efficient specialists of the savannah. In the world of venomous serpents, speed is the primary asset, but the secretary bird has taken pursuit techniques to a new peak of resolution. When encountering venomous serpents, it has no need for toxins, it utilizes pure kinetic force. 15 milliseconds. That is all the time it requires to deliver a decisive strike, faster than the blink of a human eye. Science has measured a remarkable strength behind this foot-driven move. An impact force 5 times the bird's own body weight. With the precision of a surgeon and the power of a sledgehammer, it resolves the encounter before the target can manage a response. In the arid western grasslands of wild Mozambique, this bird also demonstrates a sharp, opportunistic intellect. When wildfires sweep across the savannah while other species retreat in haste, the secretary bird steps into the heart of the embers. It patrols the edges of the flames where smaller reptiles and rodents are attempting to find a way out. Amidst the drifting smoke, this specialist appears like a final challenge, utilizing nature's upheaval to bring home the bacon with a bountiful feast. A perfect blend of mechanical power and resolute instinct. But take care. In the world of specialists, Sometimes the most effective tool is not sharp claws or muscular power, but a preemptive move from a secure distance. Face the Mozambique spitting cobra. This is no ordinary serpent. It is an expert in chemical strategies. Its primary asset is a potent blend a unique mix of cytotoxins which break down and erode cellular tissue, and neurotoxins, toxins that directly engage the nervous system. But what truly makes it a formidable presence is how it deploys this substance. Modern science has just revealed a chilling capability. This serpent does not spray its mist at random. It possesses the insight to recognize an adversary's face. Its sole and ultimate focus is the eyes. With the precision of a biological sharpshooter, the Mozambique spitting cobra can hit the bullseye with a 90% success rate at a distance of 2 meters. It calculates movement, aims directly at the pupils, and lets fly. In a savanna environment filled with large and spirited rivals, this is the most refined active defense mechanism. A firm message is delivered through its mist. Do not take another step unless you wish to trade sight for darkness and enduring discomfort. One small oversight, a second of distraction, and your world could fade into a toxic haze. If the cobra is a sharpshooter displaying its strength, the next one on this list is a directional mine concealed beneath dry leaves. Be mindful of the puff adder. In the demanding world of the savanna, visual camouflage is not always enough. Therefore, the puff adder has evolved a remarkably rare biological privilege, chemical crypsis, or chemical concealment. While every living creature releases scent molecules like a name tag in the wild, this serpent has reached a state of absolute olfactory invisibility. Latest field studies have uncovered a startling truth. Even the most skilled trackers like African painted dogs or the most clever hunters are completely at a loss when facing a stationary puff adder. It simply does not exist in the adversary's world of scent. This transforms puff adders into zones of absolute stillness on the savanna floor. You cannot see it, and now you cannot scent it. It erases its presence from every sensory map of its prey and rivals, patiently waiting for an unintended footstep to enter its range. A scentless, silent, and entirely resolute trap. Yet, amidst the vertical stone mazes of the north, survival requires an entirely different level of sophistication. Step into the realm of the Inselbergs, where the boundary between the earth and sky is blurred by a spotted phantom. The leopard. In Mozambique, they are not just ghosts of the thicket, they have evolved into true vertical climbing experts. Evolution has forged the muscle and claws that allow them to master upright stone walls as if they were ordinary branches. In these rocky highlands, gravity no longer seems to be a barrier for this ambitious hunter. And this is where instinct meets adaptive intelligence. New science has revealed a unique behavior found only among Mozambique's stone dwellers. The cold storage technique. Instead of expending energy to haul a prize up into sparse trees, leopards at the Inselbergs utilize narrow, deep and cool rock crevices as natural refrigerators. This behavior is an optimal defensive strategy to deal with the persistent attention of hyenas. Between narrow cracks that even the most determined scavengers cannot squeeze through, the leopard's meal is perfectly preserved within the steady temperature of ancient stone. A specific adaptation to the Mozambican terrain, making this hunter the undisputed ruler of the solitary peaks, where explosive power meets the most refined strategic calculation. Far beyond the ways of solitary hunters, the true strength of the savannah lies in an incredibly disciplined and sophisticated organization. Enter the world of the African wild dog. Do not be misled by their wild appearance and mottled coats. You are facing the most democratic social structure on this planet. While most hunters operate under the absolute authority of a leader, the African wild dog has chosen a different evolutionary path. Collective consensus. Biologists in Mozambique have just decoded a remarkable secret in their communication. A decision-making mechanism science calls sneeze voting. Observe a pack of African wild dogs before they set out. It is not a random outburst. As the intent to hunt begins to take shape, a referendum is established. Each sharp sneeze emitted by the members is not a sign of illness, but rather a biological electronic vote. And this is where mathematics meets instinct. The entire pack will not take action until the number of sneezes reaches a specific threshold, a quorum. Once this number is satisfied and everyone is on the same page, an invisible command sweeps through the pack's nervous system, triggering the entire hunting engine into action. This is the most vivid evidence of complex communication among carnivores ever recorded. In Mozambique, democracy is not just a social concept, it is the ultimate advantage that helps the African wild dog achieve the highest success rate in the natural world. One sneeze, one vote, and a systematic resolution. But even the most intricate social structures must eventually yield to an evolutionary pressure far more profound than any other human activity. Look toward the giants of Gorongosa National Park, the African elephant. They are not merely icons of the savannah. They are living proof of a poignant and remarkable biological phenomenon, reverse evolution. During the darker decades of Mozambique's history, a rigorous selective pressure was placed upon this population. The pursuit of ivory did more than simply conclude the journeys of individual members. It rewrote the genetic code of an entire species. The percentage of female African elephants born without tusks at Gorongosa surged from a natural 18% to a staggering 50%. No tusks, no white gold, No remaining reason to be pursued. This is a desperate genetic maneuver to ensure they keep their heads above water. Yet, as their physical form shifts, their role within the ecosystem transforms accordingly. Tusks were originally precision tools for debarking trees and tilling the soil. These tuskless elephants are completely altering their dietary habits, consuming significantly less tree bark. An unexpected ecological outcome emerges. They have unintentionally become the guardians of the open woodlands. By setting aside their most distinguished asset, these giants are allowing the sparse forests a chance to flourish once again. In wild Mozambique, these titans are evolving right before our eyes, shaped not by the slow hand of Mother Nature, but by the intense footprint of humanity. A quiet transformation, an icon being redefined. While the giants are quietly rewriting their genetic code for survival, a prehistoric guardian on Mozambique's sun-drenched western borders is fulfilling a vital mission: face the white rhinoceros. Do not let the thick armor and imposing presence mislead you. This is not merely a heavy grazer. In the eyes of ecologists, they are biological lawn mowers operating with incredible efficiency. Unlike other grazers, the white rhinoceros possesses a distinctive wide mouth structure, allowing them to sweep close to the ground with absolute precision. They do not graze at random, they engineer the landscape. By keeping the grass extremely short, they unintentionally create a strategic defense system for the entire region: natural fire breaks. During the rigorous dry season, when the savanna winds begin to fan spirited flames across the plains, these spaces maintained by the white rhinoceros become essential boundaries. The fire lacks the fuel to spread, coming to a halt right before the threshold of sparse forests and critical biodiversity zones. A silent guardian, a living shield against the sweep of wildfires. In wild Mozambique, the white rhinoceros serves as a prehistoric firefighter. Protecting the soul of this land from the sun's intensity through its persistent presence. A perfect illustration of how their behavior ensures the ecosystem is on the safe side. If the white rhinoceros is the steel shield of the grassland, the next spectral figure we encounter is a venomous arrow gliding across the soil. A name sufficient to make anyone's pulse falter: the black mamba. This is the elite track athlete of the reptile world, reaching speeds of 20 kilometers per hour within the confined spaces of the savanna. This is no longer a crawl. It is a swift, unavoidable encounter. But speed is merely the introduction. Within the ink-black maw, the feature that gives this serpent its name, lies a potent chemical collection. Its venom contains dendrotoxin. Consider this a master key protein. It directly engages and secures the potassium channels in the victim's nervous system, causing all biological electrical signals to pause immediately. It does more than cause discomfort. It concludes one's journey by completely dissolving the communication network between the brain and the body. However, modern science in the northern rocky regions of Mozambique has revealed a paradoxical truth about this legendary figure. Contrary to its reputation for intense spirit, the black mamba is actually an extremely shy recluse. They consistently prefer to retreat rather than engage, effectively avoiding a scene. Yet do not underestimate their endurance. When the sun is at its peak and the intense warmth of central Mozambique becomes overwhelming, forcing most other reptiles to seek the shadows to avoid thermal strain, the black mamba remains active. Utilizing a superior thermoregulation system, they challenge the boundaries of biology. A perfect blend of lightning speed, the precision of a neural specialist, and the endurance of a true warrior under the searing heat of Africa. A phantom that never rests, even under the most intense sunlight. In the realms where reptiles govern through apprehension and solitude, an elder of a different kind occupies the savanna with loyalty and the endurance of time. Meet the southern ground hornbill. In a world where journeys often conclude in a heartbeat, this bird stands as a symbol of longevity. With a life cycle that can span 60 years, matching a human lifetime. They do not merely exist, they are calling the shots across the plains. Listen to the deep, resonant sound booming like thunder from the horizon. That is more than just a call. It is a low-frequency broadcast, a biological infrasound capable of piercing the dense African air to travel up to 3 kilometers. It is a declaration of territory etched into the atmosphere through sound. Yet, the true strength of the southern ground hornbill lies in a social structure that ornithologists describe as noble clans. They operate through cooperative breeding, a sophisticated communal approach to raising their young. Here, the concept of a solitary parent does not exist. The entire group, from the young males to family members, joins forces to protect and nourish a single offspring. Within the demanding wilderness of wild Mozambique, a young warrior only reaches maturity with the backing of an entire kingdom. In this nation, science and tradition have joined hands to create a protective shield for this lineage. The local people revere them as messengers of the rain. In their worldview, causing harm to a southern ground hornbill is akin to turning one's back on the vitality of the land. This reverence grants them a privilege that no conservation law could ever match. A culturally protected sanctuary that allows them to wander peacefully away from the reach of hunters. They are the sentinels of the rains, the guardians of the lineage. A testament to the power of connection in a world filled with specialists. Amidst a world of neutral camouflage and quiet concealment, a gem appears that is almost too vibrant to believe. Behold the lilac-breasted roller. Recognized as the national bird of the savanna, it wears a coat of 7 rainbow colors. A display of brilliance that seems to challenge every rule regarding the stealth of specialists. Yet in the world of wild Mozambique, this magnificent beauty is not just for show, it is a declaration of bold adaptation. Biologists have recently uncovered a different side of this bird. One filled with character and grit. They are genuine fire chasers. While most other creatures retreat in haste from savanna wildfires, the lilac-breasted roller does the opposite. They head straight toward the smoke and flames with a resolute calculation. They fly right along the edge of the rising flames, utilizing the landscape's transition to conduct an aerial harvest. As insects emerge in haste from the scorched vegetation, they immediately enter the sights of this rainbow specialist. This is not mere recklessness. It is a magnificent demonstration of perfect adaptation to the natural fire cycles of the savanna. An unusual blend of ethereal beauty and sharp opportunism, turning the challenges of others into a bountiful feast for themselves, right in the heart of the flames. A symbol of brilliance rising from the embers. Beneath the shadows of those vibrant figures in the sky, a master of perception remains hidden within the leaves. Observe the flap-necked chameleon. It possesses a biological monitoring system that would be the envy of any engineer. 2 turret-like eyes that operate entirely independently of one another. It does not simply look, it scans. A 360-degree panoramic view of its surroundings is processed simultaneously. While one eye remains fixed on a potential meal, the other stays highly alert for any interested parties. In its world, the concept of a blind spot does not exist. However, the true genius of this reptile lies in its skin, a language written in color. For decades, we believed its ability to shift shades was merely a cloak of invisibility. We were mistaken. Modern science has identified the true purpose of this chromatic performance. It is a sophisticated tool for thermoregulation, managing body temperature, as well as an expressive social communication system. In a land with extremely high ultraviolet intensity like Mozambique, the skin of the flap-necked chameleon acts as a sensitive biological sensor. Their colors shift in tone according to the intensity of the tropical ultraviolet rays, darkening to absorb warmth or lightening to reflect the searing radiation. This is not just a change in appearance, it is a survival dashboard. A declaration of territorial presence or a spirited emotional signal, broadcast in the highest resolution across every scale, a perfect blend of precision mechanics and biological expression. Yet, as our gaze shifts from the foliage back to the vastness of the sky, a unique silhouette appears, challenging every standard aerodynamic rule: the battler eagle. Its name is a poetic French tribute to tightrope walkers. Observe that characteristic rocking flight style, a persistent tilting to maintain balance on the rising heat currents. Lacking a long tail to serve as a steady rudder, it must constantly adjust its wide wings, gliding on an invisible wire in the air with remarkable composure. This is not a casual stroll, it is a survival marathon. The battler eagle can spend 8 to 9 hours a day, nearly the entire duration of daylight, patrolling the arid skies of Mozambique. Its level of persistence is off the charts, as it searches for any trace of organic remains or small reptiles caught in the open below. It is a steadfast sentry, a tireless observer of the savannah. Yet the most startling secret of this eagle lies not in its wings, but in the skin of its face and legs. Consider this a biological, psychological mirror. New science has discovered that the vibrant red tones on their body are not fixed. They have the ability to shift hues based on their internal psychological state. When facing unease or pressure, the vivid red fades, revealing their inner emotional world through an immediate physiological response. It is not just a specialist, it is a sensitive living entity whose every state of mind is projected directly onto its outer layer. A perfect blend of superior flight skills and a refined biological expression system. As we leave the scorched rocky highlands and head toward the lifeblood of Mozambique, the Zambezi River Basin. This is a world of wetlands where water provides more than just life. It is an arena filled with heavyweight opportunists. Listen closely. A resonant, clear, and commanding sound pierces the air. The African fish eagle. Known as the voice of Africa, its call serves as the acoustic signature of the entire continent. Beneath the grand appearance of an icon lies a hunting specialist refined down to the smallest detail. The secret is in the feet. Science has identified a sophisticated biomechanical design beneath its soles, tiny spikes known as spiracules. These are specialized scales that function like a hydraulic sawtooth system, helping it secure the slipperiest fish the moment they leave the water. A single touch, a firm grip, and the prize is committed to its final chapter. However, recent behavioral studies in the Zambezi Basin have revealed a calculated side to this bird. They are not just skilled fishers, they are true pirates of the sky. Welcome to the world of kleptoparasitism, a strategic system of claiming another's meal. Why expend energy on a risky plunge when someone else has already done the heavy lifting? The African fish eagle frequently carries out swift raids on the massive Goliath heron, forcing the opponent to yield its prize right from its beak. A resolute survival strategy, maximizing energy conservation with a great deal of cleverness. In wild Mozambique, a true ruler knows how to prevail with strength and how to secure what they need through sharp opportunism. An icon of majesty, carrying the spirit of a grand acquisitor. But while the specialists rule the sky and the water, a miracle of physics is unfolding within the floating carpets of vegetation. Observe the African jacana. In the world of ornithology, it is known as the lily trotter. The secret lies in a unique biomechanical design, feet with unusually long toes. This is a masterclass in the absolute distribution of weight. By spreading its body mass across a vast surface area through those elongated toes, the African jacana can glide over fragile lily pads without disturbing the water. It is not merely walking, it is challenging the rules of pressure to remain atop a surface where others would find themselves in deep water. However, the truly revolutionary aspect of this bird is not its gait, but a social structure that turns traditional patterns upside down. polyandry. In the Zambezi Basin, the African jacana breaks every gender-based expectation in the natural world. The females are the dominant entities, larger, more spirited, and resolute in protecting their territory. They maintain a group of several males, and these males are among the most dedicated fathers on the planet. The entire responsibility, from tending the eggs to raising the young, rests on the father's shoulders. And here is the most iconic image of survival in these wetlands. When a threat emerges from beneath the surface, the male performs a one-of-a-kind rescue. He tucks his young ones securely beneath his wings, transforming his body into a living life raft, and rushes across the lily pads to find sanctuary. A startling paradox of the natural world. When the currents of the Zambezi finally blend with the vast ocean, we reach the final frontier of wild Mozambique, Ponta do Ouro. At these sun-drenched estuaries and beaches, survival is no longer a pursuit through the silt, but rather a series of precise maneuvers from the clouds. Look toward the sky. A specialized hunter governs the coastal heavens, the osprey. This is more than a bird of prey. It is a winged diving instrument. Imagine a descent from 40 meters, equivalent to the height of a 12-story building. To remain intact through the intense impact with the surface, the osprey possesses a one-of-a-kind anatomical feature. It is the only specialist on the planet capable of completely sealing its nostrils the moment it touches the water. In that instant, it transforms into a sealed biological arrow, preventing the immense pressure from entering its respiratory system. Yet the true challenge is not the fall, but the visual deception. How does it pinpoint a fish concealed beneath Mozambique's mirror-like surface? Modern science has identified an optical masterpiece within their retinas. The osprey's eyes are equipped with a natural polarized light filter. Think of it as a pair of high-end sunglasses integrated directly into the nervous system, allowing the bird to completely eliminate the sun's brilliant reflection. It sees through the ocean's veil to secure its target with precision a full 1 meter beneath the waves. A lightning-fast move guided by a penetrating navigation system. In the estuaries of Ponta do Ouro, the osprey is a cut above when it comes to vertical engagements. When the last ice finally yields to the warming earth, the frozen kingdom fully retreats, giving way to an era of abundance and renewal. The vast wilderness of Siberia does not merely recover, it is singing a love song of hope, the ultimate instrument that life wields against death. The abundance of summer is not a time for rest. For the creatures of this place, this is the golden opportunity to regenerate, to pass the torch of life to the next generation, before the turning of time closes once more. The valley's hope belongs not only to the adults. Deep in the forest core, concealed behind a labyrinth of fallen trunks, the empire of the king has received a new chapter. A female Amur tiger, the one who navigated alone through the shattering blizzards of January, now lies curled in a warm den. Beneath her dense coat are 3 new lives. Tiger cubs, only weeks old, eyes not yet fully open, yet survival instinct already drives them to jostle for their mother's milk. They will grow, will learn to rake pine bark with their claws, and will continue to reign over this valley. When their parents' generation has fallen. On the other side of the world, on the near vertical north-facing slopes, the ghost's offspring is also entering another life or death stage, learning how to become a hunter. The leopard cub from 4 months ago has grown, its fluffy coat gradually replaced by sharply defined rosettes, blending into the color of rock and dry lichen. Standing on a high rock outcrop, its turquoise eyes lock onto a wild hare grazing below. It lowers its center of mass, presses its belly to the rock, practicing weight distribution across each articulated toe, the survival lesson its mother has transmitted. The hare vanishes in an instant. The leopard cub freezes, briefly bewildered. But today's failure is the foundation of tomorrow's invisibility. The young one is growing, day by day, accumulating the patience to become a true ghost. The creature that will continue to challenge Siberia's extremity with apex intelligence. Time in Siberia moves to a merciless rhythm. When the first larch leaves turn to sharp yellow, the forest understands the brief summer has ended. A new ultimatum is about to be issued. But before darkness and frost descend, the forest must fulfill its most sacred obligation, the rut season of the deer. From the valleys to the sparse pine forests, the still space is torn apart by the deep resonance of enormous male deer. This is the battle hymn of strength and lineage. The lead stag, with rock-hard, multi-tined antlers, repeatedly drives his rack against birch trunks, scraping away the velvet to reveal gleaming weaponry. It challenges any rival that dares enter its breeding ground. When a challenger emerges, the choreography of violence begins. 2 masses of muscle weighing hundreds of kilograms crash into each other, interlocked antlers producing hollow impacts that echo across the cliff faces. The strongest will secure mating rights in autumn, ensuring their offspring are born at the warmest moment of the following spring. The reproduction of the deer herd is the pulse that sustains the entire forest. The deer herd is preparing for the future, which means they are preparing the food supply for the entire empire in the seasons ahead. Preparation spreads to every corner of the taiga. Every single creature is racing against its own biological clock. The small squirrel hurries to carry the last pine seeds back to the cache buried deep underground. The Siberian brown bear, now having accumulated a 10-centimeter fat layer. Beneath the skin, after a summer of voracious feeding, moves with a heavy gait, ready for a 6-month sleep deep in a rock den. And then the first snowflakes of the new winter begin to fall, softly, suspended, but with finality. The 427-year-old pine stands there, receiving in silence the season's first snowflakes. Settling on its dark needled canopy. On its rugged trunk, 2 boundary claw marks from the previous winter, one from the tiger and one from the leopard, have been healed by the tree's own resin, transformed into proud scars enduring alongside time. Winter is returning. Darkness and cold will again envelop the frozen kingdom. But this time, the forest is no longer afraid. The valley holds tiger cubs learning to roar. The cliff holds a young leopard that knows how to stalk. And the earth holds the unborn of the next deer season. Siberia's question has never been how to eliminate the cold, but how to keep the flame of life from ever going out. As long as the contract of tolerance and preparation continues to be written on the bark, both invisible empires will stand firm together, jointly ruling their kingdom through the eternal silence of Siberia. Amazon, the ultimate evolutionary weapon you never expected. Now, let's journey over to a completely different ecosystem. A far cry from the frozen wilds of Siberia, the sheer abundance here is truly in a league of its own. Below are the things that science required several centuries to comprehend, not because they conceal themselves, because they are too different from what we assumed we already knew. 8 million bodies operating as a single organism. At the center is one female. The queen ant lives 14 to 20 years. Over that lifespan, she produces more than 150 million daughters. 150 million. No organism on this planet can generate a lineage of that magnitude in a single reproductive lifetime. Every ant knows its role precisely. Guards, cutters, carriers, fungus farmers. No one teaches them, no one reminds them, no central brain, no spoken command. Only pheromone chemistry, the most ancient language that life has ever invented. The name electric eel is a taxonomic error from the 18th century. The elongated body caused the confusion. Biologically, this is an entirely different creature. Inside the electric eel's body are 3 distinct electric organs: the main organ, the sacs organ, the hunter organ. Each organ serves a different purpose, refined across millions of years of specialized evolution. The sacs organ emits weak electrical pulses of 10 to 100 volts, not to attack, to see. Electrical waves are emitted, reflected back from surrounding objects, and chart a three-dimensional map in the darkness. In turbid water, where light cannot penetrate, the electric eel does not see with its eyes. It sees with electricity, and when attack is required, the main organ discharges 500 to 800 volts, sufficient to immobilize a full-grown horse. The anaconda does not need speed, it does not need venom, it only needs patience. It constricts. Coil after coil of muscle wrapping around prey, and with each exhalation, the coil tightens a fraction further. The killing mechanism is not suffocation, as believed for centuries. Modern research by Dr. Scott Boback demonstrated the opposite. Death comes from circulatory arrest. The constriction pressure drives blood pressure to levels the heart can no longer pump against. Organs fail in sequence. Prey dies within minutes, not from lack of air, but because blood stops circulating. A silent death, efficient, more ruthless than any known venom. Out of all the big cats on the planet, the jaguar packs the biggest punch with its bite force, 1,500 pounds per square inch. Stronger than a lion, stronger than a Bengal tiger relative to body mass. But what distinguishes the jaguar is not force, it is technique. Lions bite the throat, leopards bite the abdomen. The jaguar strikes directly through the skull, reaching the brain, a technique unique among all the great cats. This is not purposeless brutality, this is evolution within an ecosystem, where prey such as turtles, caimans, and capybara are each armored in natural plating. The only way to survive is to learn to pierce that armor. Behind the retina of the African leopard is a mirror, tapetum lucidum. This structure functions as a living mirror, reflecting light back through the retina a second time. The result is that the leopard's eye captures light 7 times more efficiently than the human eye. Darkness, to a human, is the African leopard's weapon. When prey cannot see anything, the leopard can see everything. 8 million ants operating as a single organism. 3 electric organs for seeing by electrical wave in the dark. Death by circulatory arrest rather than suffocation. 1,500 pounds of bite force aimed directly at the skull. Light amplified 7-fold through a biological mirror behind the retina. All are products of a single question, the question every organism on this planet must answer every day. How does one survive? In 2020, INPE, Brazil's National Institute for Space Research, published a single figure, 4,281 square miles. That is the area of Amazon rainforest that vanished in a single year, 2020, equivalent to the area of a small nation disappearing annually. The giant otter is the largest member of the otter family, up to 1.8 meters in length, up to 32 kilograms in weight, listed as endangered by the IUCN. The 20th century fur trade nearly erased this species entirely. European markets paid premium prices for the dense, lustrous pelts. Each hunting season, thousands of individuals disappeared. Today, mercury contamination from artisanal gold mining, deforestation, and hydroelectric dams continue to threaten remaining populations. The future of this species hangs by a thread. In the 20th century, the black caiman nearly disappeared entirely. The hide trade drove them to the edge. Their skin was used for shoes, handbags, and belts. CITES Appendix 1 listing, the highest level of international protection, was the final line that kept this species from the abyss. Today, the population has recovered to tens of thousands of individuals within protected areas. But the future remains fragile. The black caiman has survived 65 million years of geological upheaval, through ice ages, through the extinction of the dinosaurs. Ancient, patient, near indestructible. What nearly erased them was not a natural disaster, it was a market. Amazon. The IUCN classifies the jaguar as near threatened. Each year, deforestation, habitat loss, and conflict with humans compress their territory further. Losing the Amazon means losing the jaguar. Losing the jaguar means losing the keystone species. That holds the entire ecosystem in balance. When the forest disappears, the food chain collapses tier by tier. Leafcutter ants lose the forest canopy. Electric eels lose river corridors. Piranhas lose the current. The giant otter is already endangered. The jaguar is under threat. The black caiman, only just pulled back from the edge of extinction, faces new pressures. Without ants, the forest canopy suffocates. Without piranhas, the rivers rot. Without giant otters, fish populations collapse. Without electric eels, the aquatic ecological network disintegrates. Every organism, from the smallest to the largest, is a singular link. Remove one link, the entire chain fails. But we have been here before. The black caiman, nearly eradicated, now numbers in the tens of thousands. The giant otter, nearly eliminated by the fur market, is still here. The jaguar still holds territory in the forests that remain. The question is not whether. The Amazon can recover. Evidence from protected zones confirms it can. The question is there still enough time? After a long journey through the autumn forests and mountains, the caribou finally reach the Richardson Mountains and Yukon interior taiga. This is where they will spend the winter, enduring the extreme cold. Winter in Yukon typically begins in late October and lasts through April, with average temperatures ranging from -20 degrees Celsius to -40 degrees Celsius, sometimes dipping even lower. In the Richardson Mountains, steep terrain and constant winds prevent deep snow accumulation. As a result, many areas expose lichen just beneath the surface, an essential food source that helps caribou maintain their energy throughout the long, harsh winter. Alongside the porcupine caribou, the 40-mile caribou is another distinctive subspecies found in northern North America. These two herds share a common ancestor, but geographic separation and habitat differences have led to notable distinctions in behavior and migration patterns. Porcupine caribou primarily inhabit the open Arctic regions, while 40-mile caribou have adapted to the subarctic forested areas of Yukon. Although they appear nearly identical, from fur color to body size and antler structure. According to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, 40-mile caribou are slightly smaller due to a less nutritious diet in the forest-mountain transition zones. 40-mile caribou tend to travel in smaller groups and stay closer to the edge of the boreal forest. In contrast, porcupine caribou prefer the wide-open tundra plains. When winter arrives, 40-mile caribou seek shelter under forest canopies to shield themselves from the cold winds, while porcupine caribou are willing to travel farther to find lichen-rich areas, their primary winter food source. The starkest difference between the two herds lies in their migration ranges. Porcupine caribou are known for their epic migration, spanning thousands of kilometers each year, one of the longest overland migrations of any land mammal. They follow a consistent route from the Ogilvy Mountains to the Richardson Mountains and onward to the Beaufort Sea coast. In contrast, 40-mile caribou migrate only a few hundred kilometers around the 40-mile river region between Alaska and Yukon. Caribou are blessed with astonishing adaptations for surviving in extreme environments. Their fur is thick and hollow, like tiny straws, trapping warm air close to the body. Their noses warm the air before it reaches the lungs, and their large hooves help them dig through snow and maintain traction on ice. Although they can endure temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius, their true challenges come from hunger and predators. As a result, caribou are nearly always on the move during winter, avoiding ambushes. A rare ecological event occurred in the 1960s and again in 1979 when porcupine caribou migrated beyond their usual range and entered the 40-mile region due to unusually deep snow cover in the north. Strangely, no conflict occurred between the two herds. Instead of competing, they quietly avoided each other as if guided by a shared instinct, offering a powerful example of the deep balance nature and creation have instilled. Meanwhile, on land, once the snow blankets everything in white, it becomes especially difficult to spot the Arctic fox, a slender yet remarkably resilient creature that lives year-round in these mountain regions. Without needing to migrate, the Arctic fox has evolved to thrive in the frozen depths of winter, thanks to its seasonal coat that changes color. In winter, it turns pure white for perfect camouflage against the snow, then shifts to a brownish gray in summer to blend in with moss and rock. That snowy white winter coat is actually twice as thick as the summer one, providing critical insulation across the entire body. This thickening of the fur doesn't happen randomly. Arctic foxes have a biological clock highly sensitive to photoperiod, the changes in daylight length and intensity. As winter approaches and days shorten, reduced light triggers hormonal changes, specifically in melatonin and thyroxine, which stimulate the hair follicles to enter a high-growth phase, increasing fur density. Even the soles of their feet grow fur, like built-in fuzzy slippers, allowing them to travel across snow with barely a trace. During winter, Arctic foxes primarily hunt lemmings, voles, and other small rodents. Their small ears help minimize heat loss, yet remain sharp enough to detect the sounds of lemmings beneath deep snow. Once they've pinpointed their prey, they perform a high leap, about 50 to 70 centimeters, arching their bodies mid-air before diving headfirst into the snow like a dart. Their body weight, combined with gravity, allows them to break through the snow layer and strike the hidden target, often in just one attempt. But the snow fox doesn't miss a chance to scavenge either, feeding on carcasses of larger animals or frozen fish when the opportunity arises. During more favorable conditions with abundant food, they may cache meals beneath snow or rocks, though this behavior isn't very common. They may pair up during breeding season, choosing stable dens and working together to care for litters of 4 to 15 pups, ensuring survival through the harshest months. Opportunistic habits, near-perfect camouflage, and precise seasonal adaptations have allowed them to stand proud amid Yukon's extreme landscapes and unforgiving weather. The rivalries between foxes and snowy owls are of little concern to the caribou. Its worry lies with the true rulers of the snow-covered mountains, the gray wolves, apex predators of the taiga ecosystem, who seem to awaken the moment the snow deepens. Gray wolves are among the most socially advanced carnivores in Yukon. According to the Yukon Environment Department in 2024, the gray wolf population is estimated at 4,500 to 5,000 individuals, dispersed across boreal forests and tundra regions. In winter, when temperatures regularly fall below -40 degrees Celsius, caribou become their primary prey, large-bodied targets that can sustain an entire pack. Wolf packs, usually consisting of 5 to 12 members, track caribou for dozens of kilometers across snow-laced valleys and through mountain forests, terrain that favors ambush and isolation tactics. They are selective hunters, focusing on the old, injured, weak, or young. This strategy not only raises the success rate, but also helps maintain the health of caribou populations. Caribou, in turn, are far from passive. Knowing they can't outrun wolves, they rely on tight herd formations and constant movement to avoid surprise ambushes. Weaker individuals stay near the center, while the stronger flank the edges, shielding the group from wind and predators. If a caribou is confronted directly, it uses its large, sharp hooves to dig snow and kick backward, sometimes wounding a wolf with a single strike. This tug-of-war is a relentless survival game. Wolves often test caribou stamina, exhausting them before making a decisive move. But if the caribou escapes or rejoins the herd, the wolves will often retreat to conserve energy. A failed hunt can mean real risk in the freezing Yukon winter. Meanwhile, the solitary boreal woodland caribou defends itself differently. It memorizes hidden trails, shallow snow lichen patches, and uses complex terrain to mislead wolves, who struggle to hunt effectively in tight, obstacle-rich spaces. When threatened, it won't flee in a straight line, but slips through dense underbrush, swamps, or uneven terrain to scatter its scent trail and confuse its pursuer. This is the strategy of a year-round resident, not stronger, but deeply familiar with the land and constantly alert. Among Yukon's wolf subspecies, the interior Alaskan wolf stands out in size and hunting prowess. This powerful native of Yukon, present since the early 20th century, typically weighs between 56 and 60 kilograms, stands about 85 centimeters at the shoulder, and can stretch up to 2 meters in length. Its thick fur, ranging from gray to black, provides ideal camouflage in snow and forest. Unlike the typical gray wolf, interior Alaskan wolves hunt in smaller packs of 7 to 9 members, but with more precise coordination and bold tactics. They often wait near the forest edge, ambushing caribou herds in lichen-rich feeding areas where visibility is limited, striking from multiple angles in sudden, calculated encounters. The landscape of Richardson, with low mountains and gently sloping snowfields, makes a perfect stage for these ambush and isolation strategies. The endurance battles between wolf and caribou have shaped survival instincts and drive the winter dynamics of Yukon's ecosystem. When a caribou falls, dozens of other species benefit. From common ravens to Arctic foxes, from soil microbes to lichen beds that flourish after decomposition. And when one wolf pack succeeds in the hunt, others know to keep their distance. This is the design of nature, harsh, masterful, and delicately balanced. In the white stillness of the far north, only those who hunt like the gray wolf or run like the caribou truly earn their place to survive. The stability of the Arctic fox is now under growing pressure from the red fox, a species originally from farther south that has expanded its range all the way to the Richardson Mountains. First signs of their presence were recorded in the early 20th century, and by 2025, red foxes had become a common resident in many habitats, from open taiga and dry grasslands to the outskirts of northern communities. The red fox's permanent presence in the subarctic is a clear reflection of climate change. As winters shorten, snow layers thin, and freeze-up periods grow shorter, living conditions increasingly favor species adapted to milder environments. While the Arctic fox depends on thick snow cover for concealment and hearing-based hunting, the red fox benefits from exposed or low snow surfaces, relying on sight and speed to chase prey. Unlike the Arctic fox, a long-adapted specialist of snow-covered environments, the red fox is about 20 to 30% larger and boasts a highly flexible survival strategy. Like the snow fox, they hunt lemmings, voles, and ground-nesting birds, scavenge remains of caribou or moose, and even feed on human waste near settlements. However, red foxes rarely caching, a technique that allows them to bury leftover food under the snow to eat later in the winter, something that Arctic foxes do regularly. According to Yukon studies from 2024, this adaptation has also triggered notable behavioral shifts. Instead of only breeding near forest edges, many red foxes are now using rock dens and snow-covered hills, traditionally Arctic fox territory. This creates direct competition for breeding space and poses a serious threat to the survival of Arctic fox pups. The spread of the red fox is a stark ecological warning. It reflects the complex connections between climate change, species behavior, and ecosystem structure, where any shift can trigger profound rearrangements in the delicate web of survival in the Arctic. Besides competition from the red fox, one of the Arctic fox's vital food sources, lemmings, is also highly contested by the snowy owl, a large white owl that glides silently over the wide, frozen plains. The snowy owl is the quintessential winter predator of the Richardson Mountains and Yukon interior taiga, hunting by both day and night. Lemmings make up more than 70% of its diet during breeding season, though it continues to diversify its food sources throughout winter. The snowy owl's hunting prowess comes from a perfect blend of keen eyesight, pinpoint directional hearing, and silent flight. Unlike most owls that are nocturnal, the snowy owl hunts at any hour, making it a formidable rival even when Arctic or red foxes are nearby stalking prey. They often fly low, skimming just above the ground from cliffs or snowbanks, before suddenly diving at high speed, talons as sharp as blades striking down on prey. Thanks to specialized feathers that absorb sound, their strike is nearly silent, giving their target no time to react. Notably, mature snowy owls have been observed stealing food from Arctic foxes, adding yet another layer to the fierce competition for survival on the tundra. Though not permanent residents, they patrol the region east to west throughout the winter, rather than migrating south like many other bird species. According to 2024 findings from Project Snowstorm, this winter has seen a surge in snowy owl numbers, in northwestern Canada, highlighting the critical role of Yukon's stable lemming populations. In that snowy, wind-swept landscape, every encounter between snow fox and snowy owl is no longer just about hunting. It's a survival race, where sharp eyes and razor talons become the ultimate weapons. And now, for you watching this, of the 3 winter hunters in Yukon, which one do you think has the smartest survival strategy? The snow fox, the red fox, or the snowy owl? Drop your answer in the comments below. While the 40-mile and porcupine caribou are seasonal visitors, the boreal woodland caribou calls the Richardson Mountains home year-round. Unlike the large migratory herds, boreal caribou live alone or in small groups, staying year-round in the lowland forests of southeastern Yukon and relying almost entirely on lichen. Without the need to share habitat with large herds, competition pressure is reduced, allowing boreal caribou to focus on conserving energy and maintaining distance from predators. This survival strategy demands high alertness and excellent camouflage, thanks to their dark brown or ash-gray coats, with particularly darker fur around the neck and shoulders to retain warmth and blend into the shaded forest understory. Differences in appearance are also striking. Boreal caribou are significantly larger than both 40-mile and porcupine caribou. Adults weigh between 120 and 210 kilograms, with some males reaching up to 250 kilograms. Their antlers are thicker, heavier, with fewer and rounder branches, adapted for forest environments, where compact antlers make it easier to move through dense vegetation. Unlike the long, spiraling antlers of tundra-dwelling caribou, staying in one territory year-round means boreal woodland caribou have developed a deep understanding of their surroundings, the terrain, predator behavior, and seasonal weather changes. They don't rely on endurance for long migrations, but instead possess the resilience of a true native. Their knowledge of every tree, crevice, and frozen stream in the taiga ecosystem is their greatest survival tool. And beneath the rivers of this land lives a fish with a remarkable life cycle, the Chinook salmon. They migrate over 3,200 kilometers from the ocean into the Yukon River to spawn and then pass on, a moving yet vital process for the ecosystem. Though they do not eat during the nearly 3-month journey, they carry marine nutrients upstream, enriching forests and mountains through their nitrogen and phosphorus-rich bodies. As of 2024, the number of Canada-origin Chinook salmon has dropped to between 19,000 and 28,000 individuals, prompting the government to issue a 7-year fishing ban. As the thick snow begins to melt and the first warm breezes sweep across Yukon, the surviving caribou quietly begin a new chapter in their journey of endurance. Spring arrives on the Yukon North Slope and Beaufort coastal plain around late April, as daytime temperatures slowly climb from 1 degree Celsius to between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius on clear days. The landscape undergoes a dramatic transformation. Ice along stream beds cracks open, revealing clear meltwater from the snow, and vegetation slowly blankets the once frozen ground in green. This is also when plants like sedge, lichen, and willow begin to sprout, the first nutrient-rich food sources after a long season of scarcity, signaling the revival of the entire Arctic ecosystem. As the ice melts, female porcupine caribou lead the herd across the Richardson Mountains and Yukon North Slope, returning to the Beaufort coastal plain. This coastal region offers ideal calving conditions, fewer gray wolves and a lush supply of fresh spring forage. It's also the most sacred phase in their life cycle. The calving peak occurs in early June, with more than 75% of females giving birth between June 1st and June 7th each year. Newborn calves are extremely vulnerable in their first weeks, relying on their mother's milk while facing threats from predators such as gray wolves, grizzly bears, and golden eagles. However, predator density along the coast is 30 to 40% lower than in interior regions, greatly improving the survival rate for newborns. Bull porcupine caribou play a critical role in territorial defense during this time. Even when not hunting, they can confront predators and protect females and calves, using antlers and powerful hooves to drive off wolves when necessary. Calving on the Beaufort coastal plain also stimulates the ecosystem itself. The droppings of newborns and leftover birthing materials like placentas enrich the soil with nitrogen and microbes, triggering a surge in sedge and willow growth. This not only provides immediate food for calves, but also helps rejuvenate riverside vegetation, creating favorable conditions for Chinook salmon as they begin their upstream migration. Even a caribou that doesn't survive the winter is not yet free from threats, especially with the wolverine lurking nearby, ready to claim what remains. This powerful wild mustelid can drag a caribou carcass up to 3 times its body weight across deep snow. Wolverines evolved from ancient members of the Mustelidae family and are found across Arctic and boreal wilderness in Europe and North America. As of 2025, the North American population remains stable, with over 10,000 mature individuals, including those in Yukon, according to data from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. During Yukon's long winter, when food is scarce, wolverines thrive in their role as expert scavengers. They often follow gray wolf packs or other predators, arriving after the hunt to claim abandoned caribou remains. With powerful claws and digging ability, they can haul off entire carcasses, even those much heavier than themselves. But scavenging isn't their only strategy. Wolverines will also hunt directly, targeting young or weakened caribou and using their sharp claws and sudden strength to take down prey. Their thick, oily fur resists moisture and bitter cold, while powerful jaws allow them to crush bones and access frozen meat that few others can. They operate alone, patrolling enormous territories, often spanning more than 600 square kilometers, giving them wide reach across Yukon's deep snow landscapes. According to Environment and Climate Change Canada in 2024, the wolverine stands as a symbol of the raw vitality of the boreal and tundra wilderness. But there's a creature that wakes even earlier than the grizzly. The black bear, or Ursus americanus, is often the first to kick off the spring hunting season. Black bears emerge at the very start of spring thanks to a lighter, shorter hibernation strategy. They head for coastal plains, drawn by the return of migratory animals and the early appearance of new food sources as the ice melts. Black bears are highly adaptable omnivores across North America. Spring males can weigh between 80 and 90 kilograms, though still smaller than interior grizzlies, which range from 95 to 139 kilograms. While they typically dwell in lowland forests, thinning ice allows them to venture out onto the coastal tundra in search of rich food sources: grasses, horsetails, poplar buds, insects, and winter carrion. Among these, caribou and moose calves become targets of opportunity. This timing also overlaps with grizzly birthing season, yet the two rarely clash directly due to differences in size and territory. Black bears tend to avoid higher elevations where grizzlies concentrate, instead choosing lower, predator-scarce river zones along the coast to forage and build reserves. Unlike grizzlies, black bears can climb trees to access berries when summer arrives, showcasing their versatility across diverse habitats. They also compete indirectly with scavengers like Arctic foxes and common ravens, forming a tight food web along Yukon's river corridors. Meanwhile, just as the porcupine caribou mothers settle into the tundra to protect their newborns, a new danger quietly approaches from the north. The polar bear, the apex predator of the icy northern seas off Yukon, begins its inland journey from the drifting ice off Herschel Island. As the ice melts, these bears not only hunt seals, but may also wander toward caribou calving areas, setting up one of the rare ecological intersections between marine predators and terrestrial wildlife. Polar bears evolved from brown bears during the Pleistocene, perfectly adapted to life in the frozen Arctic. Their bodies are more streamlined, with thick, coarse white fur, oversized feet, and strong claws that allow them to walk on thin ice and scale rocky shores, quite different in appearance from either grizzlies or black bears. Male polar bears typically weigh between 350 and 500 kilograms and can stand up to 1.5 meters tall, significantly larger than the other two bear species. In spring, polar bears emerge from their dens. Some females stay until late April, then begin hunting ringed seals as soon as cracks open in the sea ice. They establish ichtruk, ambush points at breathing holes, or track ice bubbles to strike. As the ice breaks up later in the season, they can travel farther inland, and there have been reports of polar bears scavenging caribou calves or carcasses, adding pressure to vulnerable young herds. Unlike grizzlies and black bears, who primarily hunt on land, polar bears operate across multiple terrains. Ocean, shoreline, and occasionally even the edges of the Beaufort coastal plain. However, once the ice fully melts by midsummer, they must often avoid grizzlies, who can knock them off their prey on land. When spring arrives and life begins to stir again, mother bears of all species protect and lead their young from the moment they leave the den or depart the ice. Can you guess which of the three bears, grizzly, black, or polar, typically has the most cubs in a single litter? Drop your answer in the comments below. As the porcupine caribou herds leave their coastal calving grounds to return inland, it marks the arrival of summer in the far north. Summer in Yukon stretches from June to August, with daylight lasting 18 to 22 hours a day and peak temperatures ranging from 6 to 26 degrees Celsius. The alpine tundra, stretching across high mountain ranges like the Ogilvy and Mackenzie, awakens at elevations between 900 and 2,400 meters, where trees can no longer grow. This becomes a habitat bursting with wildflowers, lichens, and short grasses that bloom within a short window of just 45 to 90 days, when temperatures range from 3 to 12 degrees Celsius. The coastal foothills, low rolling hills along the edge of the Beaufort Sea, where alpine slopes gently descend, offer a slightly milder tundra climate, with summer temperatures averaging around 4.5 degrees Celsius. This region hosts sprawling sedge meadows, lichens, and dwarf willows, forming a transitional edge between Arctic tundra and the southern taiga forest, an ecologically vital boundary. At this same time, Canada geese begin migrating north to claim the wetlands and thawing lakes along the Arctic coast. Here, they'll nest and raise goslings amid newly revived landscapes. Though rare, making up less than 1% of the regional goose population according to surveys, these few Canada goose pairs still choose river marshes and thawed lake edges as nesting sites. The breeding season runs from late May to early June, following a continent-wide cycle across North America. Canada geese feed mainly on grass leaves, sedge, and aquatic vegetation near lake shores, playing a key role in regulating pH levels and boosting primary productivity in wetland ecosystems. After nesting and laying eggs, males, typically weighing between 3.9 and 5 kilograms, take on a highly defensive role, actively driving off intruders like red foxes or predatory birds. They emit sharp hiss sounds and charge to protect goslings from danger. Canada geese usually lay 4 to 6 eggs in ground nests near water, incubated for 24 to 32 days. Once the goslings hatch, both parents guide them along trails and water channels toward fresh grass meadows, helping them quickly adapt to their new surroundings and food sources. A 2024 report from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service notes that the breeding populations of ducks and geese across North America have risen by 5% compared to the previous year, indicating improving spring breeding conditions in Alaska and Canada. The young are always the hope and future of their species, but no matter how fiercely Canada geese or caribou defend their offspring, sometimes it's not enough, especially when Yukon's giants awaken from a long slumber. Soon after hibernation ends, grizzly bears reappear across the plains, with mothers and cubs emerging onto freshly thawed tundra. According to the Yukon North Slope Grizzly Bear Habitat Model Report, 2020, and observational data from 2021 to 2022, mother grizzlies primarily target weak caribou calves. At the height of the calving season, a single bear may take down up to 6 calves per day. Coastal plains, where newborn calves gather and spring grasses first emerge, offer both ideal feeding conditions and a lower predator density than interior regions. The hunt begins when a grizzly detects signs of calves nearby. Using raw power and speed, it isolates the young from their mothers, usually targeting calves that have just learned to stand. This makes them especially vulnerable, often unable to run or keep up with the herd in time. The ecological impact of this predation is far-reaching. The pressure from grizzlies forces caribou to shift their calving sites and has a direct influence on calf survival rates, reshaping the delicate balance of Yukon's Arctic ecosystem. But a wolf's prize isn't always secure, especially when something stirs from slumber. The grizzly bear, a powerful opportunistic predator, may still appear in the heart of winter, particularly near large carcasses like caribou. Typically, grizzlies enter hibernation from mid-fall to late spring. But this isn't simply deep sleep, it's a complex biological state. Their body temperature drops slightly, heart rate slows to just 8 to 12 beats per minute, and metabolism drops to about 25% of normal levels. During this time, they eat nothing, drink nothing, and do not excrete, surviving solely on fat reserves built up during summer. However, some large adult males, with substantial fat stores, may not hibernate fully, or can awaken if they detect a promising food source. When the scent of a carcass travels through the thick snow, their ultra-sensitive noses and predatory instincts may rouse them from the den, guiding them straight to a gray wolf pack mid-feast. Recent studies by Yukon Environment in 2024 and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service show that such encounters are not rare, and grizzlies often come out on top. Weighing over 250 kilograms, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and armed with a crushing bite, they can intimidate an entire wolf pack without ever needing to fight. When a grizzly arrives, the wolves often have no choice but to back off, sometimes watching from a distance, waiting for a chance to return. This isn't just a food dispute. It's a clear demonstration of ecological hierarchy among Arctic carnivores. Though grizzlies rarely hunt during winter, their ability to claim meals so decisively highlights the strength and adaptability that define their survival. And that unexpected presence turns every winter feast into a high-stakes gamble for all involved. Alongside the grizzly bear, grey wolves must also contend with elite aerial hunters, golden eagles, the proud raptors of the north. With wingspans reaching up to 2.3 meters, golden eagles are master predators across the snowy Richardson Mountains. Unlike typical scavenger birds, golden eagles hunt with bold, deliberate precision. They soar silently at high altitudes, using steep mountain slopes to catch rising thermal currents, then dive at speeds of up to 240 kilometers per hour to strike small mammals moving beneath the thin snow layer. Their hunting skill is unquestionable, but their audacity in stealing meals is equally remarkable. During winter, when food becomes scarce, golden eagles often follow grey wolf packs, waiting until they bring down a caribou, then swooping in to snatch accessible portions. Young or solitary wolves are often powerless against the eagle's speed and daring. These lightning raids aren't about taking over the whole carcass, but rather targeting internal organs or soft tissue, energy-rich and easy to carry away. Golden eagles are also partial migrants. Nearly half the northern population, including those in Yukon, leave between mid-October and mid-December for the northwestern United States or southwestern Canada. However, some individuals, especially mature pairs or younger birds, remain active throughout winter in Yukon's mountain cliffs, taking advantage of available food sources. In the frigid wilderness, dominance isn't always defined by size, but often by strategy, timing, and the will to seize the moment. Along the Rufiji River and its tributaries, the riverine forests and seasonal floodplains form the ecological heart of Nyerere. Dense vegetation helps retain moisture, regulate water flow, and protect the soil during the harsh dry season along this, Tanzania's largest river. With each rainy season, sediment builds up, giving the forest a sense of renewal. When the dry heat returns, this area quietly sustains underground water flows and a stable microclimate. This space is more than just a refuge. It is a biological anchor, keeping the rhythm of life steady for the entire web of plants and animals across the greater wilderness beyond its borders. Now, shift your gaze below the surface of the Rufiji River, where the floodplain forest keeps moisture locked in year-round, and you'll find herds of hippopotamus quietly submerged throughout the day. They do surface now and then, taking a breath every few minutes, only to slip back beneath the water's calm face. At night, they quietly leave the river, following well-worn paths to nearby grasslands, where each individual can consume up to 40 kilograms of fresh grass in a single night. Though their foraging journey isn't a hunt, hippos are strictly herbivores, it's not without its challenges. Lions and Nile crocodiles sometimes lurk near the vulnerable, calves or weaker adults, especially during the dry season when water becomes scarce. Still, few species dare to confront a fully grown hippopotamus. With a mass ranging from 1,500 to 1,800 kilograms and jaws that can open up to 150 degrees, the hippopotamus stands as a symbol of raw power and sheer resilience. They don't hunt, but they can take down a crocodile, an African buffalo, or even a human if they feel threatened. In the riparian woodlands of Nyerere, hippo herds are often led by older females, while males maintain order and defend territories beneath the water. Their ability to survive is also rooted in a fascinating evolutionary link. The hippopotamus shares a common ancestor with whales. That ancestor, a river-dwelling creature from the Artiodactyla order named Indochus, lived around 55 million years ago. It led a semi-aquatic life, part land, part water, before splitting into two evolutionary branches. One branch adapted fully to marine life and evolved into whales. The other remained semi-aquatic and gave rise to the modern hippopotamus. Despite their differences in form, hippos and whales share notable biological traits, such as low-frequency underwater communication and giving birth in water. Hippos can also hold their breath for 5 to 6 minutes, thanks to a highly efficient oxygen regulation system. Their pink sweat, a secretion from their skin, is more than just a natural sunscreen. It acts as an invisible shield against bacteria and dehydration, a perfect physiological fit for Africa's extreme conditions. Beyond being iconic, hippos play a crucial role in shaping river ecosystems. Their muck-spreading behavior redistributes nutrients, creating conditions for aquatic plants to flourish, which in turn sustains fish populations that birds like the African fish eagle and Pell's fishing owl depend on. As the silhouettes of African elephants fade into the distance, herds of African buffalo emerge, towering across the open savanna. They gather in large numbers, enduring the scorching sun, a true symbol of resistance and survival. Individuals often form massive groups, sometimes numbering in the hundreds or even thousands during the rainy season. This is a critical survival strategy, helping reduce the risk of being targeted by lions in the dry savanna and woodland zones. Buffalo are a favorite prey of lions. A 2024 study found that they account for 46% of lion hunting attempts and provide 57% of the total food mass consumed. In response, buffalo herds have developed remarkable defense tactics, placing calves at the center and pushing large males to the perimeter to confront threats head-on. They've even been observed surrounding and pushing back lions with powerful horns and rippling muscles. A genomic study conducted from 2023 to 2024 revealed that African buffalo possess a genome of approximately 2.65 gigabase pairs, with strong signals of natural selection in immune-related genes. This highlights both the intense survival pressure they face and their extraordinary ability to adapt. Buffalo herds tend to remain in open savannas near water sources, migrating seasonally in search of food and minimizing the risk of scarcity. From the towering treetops along the Rufiji River, the iconic call rings out, announcing the presence of the African fish eagle. This symbolic water eagle boasts an impressive wingspan of up to 2.4 meters and is instantly recognizable by its striking white head. They typically live in pairs along major rivers, especially in the riparian forest and riverine woodland zones of Nyerere, where the environment provides ideal conditions for them to thrive. Their hunting strategy is nothing short of spectacular. They soar overhead, then, in a flash, dive down to snatch fish weighing between 1 and 2 kilograms just beneath the water's surface, before carrying their catch to shore for a quiet feast. Every so often, they'll even cleverly steal fish from other birds like kingfishers or pelicans, showing off their competitive edge. During the dry season, as fish gather in deeper pools, the eagles move closer to the riverbanks, asserting their territory with bold, echoing calls, earning them the title, the Voice of Africa. With an estimated population of 300,000 to 400,000 individuals across freshwater regions, the African fish eagle serves as a direct ecological indicator. Their presence reflects an abundant fish supply and an ideal roosting structure provided by the riverine forests of Nyerere, a living sign of a flourishing ecosystem. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, a troop of vervet monkeys, with their petite bodies and sleek grey coats, gathers on the low-hanging branches near the banks of the Rufiji River. They are drawn to the coolness of the floodplain forest, where the roots of ficus and syzygium trees help retain moisture and preserve precious water sources through the dry season. Vervet monkeys live in complex social groups, usually ranging from 10 to 50 individuals. They are easily recognized by their silvery gray or pale bluish-gray fur, contrasted by a hairless jet-black face. Vervets use a wide range of vocal calls and signals to identify threats and warn each other, maximizing the entire troop's ability to stay safe. Masters of survival, vervet monkeys thrive thanks to keen spatial memory, sharp alert systems, and a flexible diet. They track seasonal fruiting cycles, moving strategically to conserve energy. Research conducted in Lake Manyara has shown their strong adaptability and stable population densities in riverine forests. Even as water levels shift, vervets remain agile, adjusting their home ranges to shaded, moisture-rich areas with steady food supplies. Through these adaptive behaviors, vervet monkeys play a vital role in the ecosystem. They help disperse seeds, manage insect populations, and serve as indicators of forest health. They are living proof of nature's resilience in this borderland between river and forest. As the sun slips beneath the horizon, a quiet tension begins to envelop the African buffalo herds. In the distance, the form of a lion closes in, silent, concealed within the tall grasses, awaiting that pivotal moment. In Nyerere's dry savanna and woodland, a lion's hunt is more than just a survival effort. It's a striking display of teamwork and intelligent strategy. In many high-traffic tourism zones like Serengeti and Masai Mara, lion populations are increasingly at risk of genetic mixing due to artificial relocations or the loss of natural corridors. In contrast, the lions of Nyerere remain genetically wild, with lineages that have stayed nearly pure thanks to natural isolation. Lion prides here often hunt in coordinated groups, taking full advantage of the tall miombo grasses, sometimes reaching up to 2 meters in height, to remain undetected as they approach. A 2024 study in the dry savanna zone found that lions strongly favor African buffalo as prey. Roughly 56% of successful hunts target this species, providing around 57% of the average food mass consumed by the pride. With their complex social structure, each pride member plays a distinct role. Lionesses typically carry out the ambush and flanking maneuvers, while the male lions are more involved in bringing down large buffalo, especially strong adult bulls. This strategy peaks in effectiveness during the dry season, when buffalo must travel farther for water and the tall grass further limits their visibility. Recent camera trap data from Matambwe, a prey-rich waterhole region within Nyerere, estimated the density of adult lions at 6.27 individuals per 100 square kilometers during the dry season. This figure far surpasses that of the eastern saltgrass plains of Selous, where only about 0.33 individuals occupy the same area. This highlights the critical role that a steady prey base, like the African buffalo, plays in sustaining a robust and thriving lion population. But just as the lion prepares to enjoy its hard-earned prize, a pair of cunning, watchful eyes lurks quietly in the background. And before the lion even notices, the prey suddenly disappears. If this scenario unfolds, the most likely culprit is the spotted hyena. Spotted hyenas are widespread across the dry savanna and woodland zones of Nyerere National Park, known for their dual tactics of active hunting and scavenging, blending both predator and opportunist behavior. They often form large clans of 20 to 80 individuals, with social structures as complex as those of Cercopithecine monkeys, which enhances their ability to hunt in coordination and defend territory. A 2024 study revealed that they secure 60 to 95% of their food through active hunting, using group strategies especially effective against large prey like wildebeest and impala. Though not as imposing as lions, hyenas hold their own in this fierce ecological rivalry. The two species compete heavily, sharing up to 58% of the same food sources. During the dry season, when prey congregates near dwindling waterholes, spotted hyenas use the cover of night and open terrain to swoop in after the lions have left. Yet, far from the outdated image of mere scavengers, the hyenas in this ecosystem frequently hunt on their own terms. They form small hunting parties of 2 to 5 individuals to bring down mid-sized prey like antelope, sprinting at speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. In Nyerere, their success rate in live hunts even rivals or surpasses that of lions, a reflection of their flexible hunting strategies and high efficiency in the semi-open, dry woodland terrain. They possess the strongest bite force in the Henidae family, up to 4,500 newtons, capable of crushing even the largest bones, including those of giraffes and buffalo. Beyond brute force, their agility, long-range hearing up to 10 kilometers, and use of deceptive calls give them a tactical edge in food competition. In the dry savanna and woodland, the spotted hyena is not merely a ruthless predator, but also nature's cleanup crew, consuming every last trace of a kill and playing a vital role in the natural cycle of life. Moving away from the arid stretches of the dry savanna and woodland, Nyerere's landscape softens into the seasonal wetlands and floodplains, where life pulses to the rhythm of water. These are low-lying areas flanking seasonal rivers and lakes, flooding during the rains and gradually receding, leaving behind a temporary but vibrant ecological canvas. As the waters rise, flocks of migratory birds arrive to breed. Amphibians emerge from beneath the soil, calling for mates in the early rains. Insects hatch en masse, forming a rich buffet for both birds and fish. Here, the white-faced whistling duck gathers in large flocks, often seen at shallow lakes and marshes formed after the rainy season. They forage for aquatic seeds, waterborne insects, and soft-bodied invertebrates in the wet mud. Meanwhile, the malachite kingfisher perches low along riverbanks, scanning the surface for small fish or floating insects to ambush. The fleeting humidity of this region cools the air and sustains moisture, playing a vital role in regulating the park's natural climate. Biological data from 2024 documented over 75 species of waterbirds and 12 amphibian species entirely reliant on these short flood pulses. These seasonal wetlands serve as an essential buffer zone, where life erupts between the extremes of drought and flood. Another key figure, sometimes a rival, sometimes a cohabitant of the hippo, the Nile crocodile carries a story of its own. It typically lies in ambush beneath the water, with just its eyes, ears, and nostrils peeking above the river's surface, waiting for unsuspecting prey to approach for a drink. With a bite force reaching approximately 22,400 newtons, it holds the crown as the dominant predator along the riverbanks. This extraordinary power comes from large muscle groups developed around the skull and lower jaw, specialized for snapping the jaws shut with immense force. But such evolution comes at a surprising trade-off. The muscles responsible for opening the jaws are so small and weak that even a thin strip of tape could keep a fully grown crocodile's mouth shut. This reveals a clear evolutionary priority. Nile crocodiles have maximized offensive strength at the expense of flexibility. They don't need agile jaw control, as they rely on explosive bursts to clamp down on prey in an instant. Another remarkable trait is their ability to hold their breath for up to 2 hours when completely still, thanks to a mechanism that stores lactic acid in their blood. Even more curious, the gender of Nile crocodile hatchlings is determined by incubation temperature. Below 30 degrees Celsius mostly yields females, while above 32 degrees Celsius mostly produces males. This biological quirk allows populations to self-regulate their male-to-female ratio in response to climate fluctuations. Within the riparian forest and riverine woodland ecosystems, Nile crocodiles help regulate populations of fish and mammals that come to drink. During the dry season, as fish concentrate in shrinking pools, crocodiles move closer to the riverbanks, improving hunting success and asserting their territory with low-frequency underwater rumbles. With top swimming speeds of up to 35 kilometers per hour and the ability to strike suddenly, Nile crocodiles not only hunt with remarkable efficiency, but also help ease pressure on other thirsty wildlife like hippos and elephants, keeping the delicate balance of the river's edge intact. Another warrior of this arid land is the cheetah, the embodiment of pure speed. It hunts across the open plains where the dry savanna and woodland of Nyerere stretch wide and endless. Cheetahs can accelerate up to 120 kilometers per hour, a staggering record in the animal kingdom on land. But achieving such velocity has come at a steep cost to their survival versatility. The cheetah's body is built for sprinting. Long legs, a fused pelvis, and narrow joints allow for long, flowing strides. Yet this design limits their ability to climb or defend themselves with the strength of a lion or leopard. Their lightweight skull reduces head mass for running efficiency, but also weakens their bite force, making it difficult to hold onto prey or crush larger bones. Genetic studies confirm that cheetahs experience two severe genetic bottlenecks approximately 100,000 and 12,000 years ago. As a result, their current genetic diversity is only about 0.1 to 4% of the average seen in most other species. This is reflected in high rates of malformed sperm, a weakened immune system, and a sluggish adaptability to environmental changes. Even reproduction is fragile. Females are highly sensitive to stress, and loud noises can easily disrupt pregnancy. On top of that, the number of wild individuals across Africa is now below 8,000. In the dry savanna of Nyerere, where speed is an advantage but offers little protection, cheetahs rely on an open hunt strategy, using long-range vision and explosive acceleration over short distances. Every burst of speed demands intense focus, yet the long-term cost is limited stealth versatility, no real ability to steal food from other predators, and little defense against threats. Stepping out from the humid riverine forests, the landscape opens into vast savannas and sweeping Miombo woodlands that stretch all the way to the horizon. It's a place of dryness and intense heat, yet it forms the biological heart of Nyerere National Park. With its mix of shrubs, tall grasses, and the signature Miombo trees, especially Brachystegia and Julbernardia, this region offers a perfect habitat for the park's most powerful predators. Two distinct rainy seasons bring between 750 and 1,300 millimeters of rainfall each year, breathing life into the landscape and setting the rhythm for plant growth cycles. In contrast, the prolonged dry season, marked by minimal rainfall, forces wildlife to travel longer distances in search of water and food. This harshness is precisely what drives the remarkable survival strategies found across this terrain. In this sun-scorched, sparsely vegetated land where rain is scarce, the African elephant not only adapts, but actively reshapes its surroundings through intelligence and strong social bonds. As animals with deeply rooted social structures, elephant herds are typically led by an experienced adult female who guides movement, shares information, and protects the young throughout their demanding journey of survival. The trunk is their lifeline. With over 40,000 muscles, the trunk allows the African elephant to perform complex tasks like plucking leaves, snapping branches, digging wells into dry earth, and even carving out paths and water holes used by other species. They can draw up to 10 to 12 liters of water in a single pull, an essential ability in temperatures that often exceed 33 degrees Celsius. Their extraordinary spatial memory enables them to remember dozens of seasonal water and food sources, traveling distances up to 30 kilometers a day, an edge that becomes crucial during extended dry spells. Like other elephant species, the matriarch of the African elephant herd is usually the oldest female, rich in experience. This role isn't claimed through strength, but through memory and decision-making skills, qualities that determine the survival of the entire group. African elephants also display profound emotional intelligence. They have greeting rituals, share food, and even exhibit mourning behavior when a herd member passes. In the harsh world of the savannah, this doesn't make them vulnerable. It makes them one of the most socially complex and resilient beings on Earth. According to the 2024 report by the Worldwide Fund for Nature, the African elephant population in the Nyerere-Selous ecosystem has rebounded to nearly 20,000 individuals. A remarkable conservation success amid climate challenges and poaching threats. While once imperiled by the ivory trade, within Nyerere's boundaries, effective monitoring and community-based support have allowed elephant herds to stabilize and thrive. One standout amphibian of this region is the African bullfrog. When heavy rains drench the seasonal wetlands and floodplains of Nyerere, this massive frog bursts forth from the hardened earth to join the explosive breeding frenzy of the flooded lands. This species is remarkable for its size, measuring 20 to 24 centimeters, with males weighing up to 1.2 kilograms. An opportunistic predator, the African bullfrog feeds on insects and small animals, including fish, frogs, and even other amphibians. It's one of the few frog species with true teeth, and also sports two sharp pseudofangs on the lower jaw, used to seize and hold prey. When threatened, it doesn't hesitate to bite back, even at humans, and its bite can draw blood. During the dry season, the African bullfrog burrows deep into the mud, secreting a thick mucus cocoon for protection, entering a near-dormant state known as estivation. They can remain underground for months, patiently waiting for the rains to return. Once rainfall exceeds 70 millimeters within 48 hours, the frogs emerge en masse, launching into an intense breeding phase. Each male may defend a lek, while females can lay up to 4,000 eggs. Within just 2 days, tadpoles hatch, and the father defends them, digging small channels to direct water and prevent their pools from drying out. Research conducted from 2024 to 2025 in similar ecosystems confirms their sudden mass appearance provides a crucial food source for migratory birds, lizards, and small fish, especially during the short flood season. Both a companion and a competitor for food, the greater kudu often grazes quietly beneath the Angolan giraffe, nibbling on the lower leaves left behind by its towering counterpart. Primarily scattered throughout the open woodlands of Nyerere National Park, the greater kudu is one of Africa's largest antelope species, weighing up to 270 kilograms and standing about 1.4 meters at the shoulder. Its most distinctive feature is a spiraled pair of horns, twisting 2 to 3 full turns and often extending over 1 meter, serving both as weapons and as a biological hallmark of the male. Greater kudus live either alone or in small groups of 2 to 10 individuals, becoming most active in the early morning and late afternoon, to avoid the intense savanna heat. During the dry season, when grasses become scarce, they switch to feeding on shrubs, bark, and wild fruits, thanks to a complex stomach structure that allows them to digest tough cellulose efficiently. Though not as fast as a gazelle, the greater kudu has an impressive vertical leap of up to 2.5 meters, which helps it escape predators like lions or leopards in the sparse thickets. A 2024 survey shows that kudu populations in Nyerere remain stable, primarily inhabiting the edges of dry miombo woodlands and transitional zones bordering the open savanna. As the seasonal marshes begin to dry and migratory birds take flight, life in Nyerere shifts once again, this time toward the southwest and northwest. That's when the hill and escarpment woodland rises like a natural stronghold, an isolated fortress nestled deep within Nyerere National Park. Bordering Tanzania's highland zone, this region features rugged terrain with exposed granite outcrops, low-growing trees, and a web of rocky crevices. Thanks to its elevation, the climate here remains cool year-round, with temperatures ranging from 20 to 26 degrees Celsius. Though harsh and rocky, this stable environment offers ideal shelter for wildlife that prefers a more discreet existence. Less impacted by seasonal fluctuations, the rocky hills serve not only as a natural winter refuge, but also as proof of the quiet resilience of wildlife within Nyerere's multi-layered ecological structure. Most importantly, this is home to some of Tanzania's, and even the continent's, most sensitive and vulnerable animal species. A standout species in the hill and escarpment woodland of Nyerere National Park is the black rhinoceros. Unlike their savanna-dwelling relatives, these rhinos seek out granite slopes, where thick shrub cover, rugged terrain, and sparse woodlands shield them from curious eyes. This is not just a hiding place, it is one of the last truly quiet, untouched regions where this species can persist in near secrecy. The black rhinoceros lives a survival story that is neither loud nor dramatic. They move slowly through comifora thickets, marking territory with scars on tree trunks and faint tracks on dry, rocky soil. Each day, they consume over 20 kilograms of shrub leaves, from acacia to comifora, along with low branches, bit by bit, as if conserving every last breath of life. Their curved horn is not just for defense, it's a survival tool, used to snap branches, dig, and adapt to the dry, tough land. Here, in a place few humans ever reach, they are not pressured by the fast rhythms of the wild, not hunted, not forced to reveal themselves. The black rhinoceros is arguably one of the most vulnerable wild animals on Earth, not just because of its critically low numbers, but also because of its biology and lifestyle, traits that make it difficult to adapt quickly to external pressures. First, there's their slow reproductive rate. A female usually gives birth to only one calf every 4 to 5 years, with a nursing period that can last up to 2 years. This means even a small loss of individuals could take decades to recover. They are solitary animals, lacking the herd dynamics that might offer shared vigilance or group defense. When confronted with predators or threats, they react slowly and are susceptible to ambush, unless terrain offers a natural shield. Most crucially, their iconic horn, the biological signature that sets them apart, is also their most critical vulnerability. Poachers don't just target them as prey, they go after the very tool the rhino depends on for defense. And yet, the horn is made of the same keratin as a human fingernail. Finally, their deep dependence on stable, undisturbed habitats like the hill and escarpment woodland makes them particularly sensitive to climate change, habitat degradation, or even subtle shifts in ecological balance. All of this makes it clear the rugged hill forests, with their cool climate and raw wilderness, are silently cradling the black rhino. Not with fences or barriers, but with the very harshness of nature itself, a harshness that paradoxically has become one of the last safe havens. Among herbivores, the klipspringer stands out as a master of rock climbing. These nimble antelope can move effortlessly across rocky outcrops, leaping just a few strides to reach higher ground. An effective way to stay out of reach from threats like leopards or even black rhinoceroses. Their thick, disc-shaped hooves provide a firm grip on steep granite crevices, allowing them to navigate vertical terrain with ease and confidence. Another master of scaling rocky slopes, but not to flee, rather to hunt, is the leopard. Unlike lions that hunt in coordinated prides, leopards are solitary, avoiding direct confrontation whenever possible. They hunt at night, relying on razor-sharp vision and near-silent movement. Every pounce is a calculated strike, often from above, always sudden and decisive. Even during the rainy season, when rocks are slick and the forest floor is cloaked in decaying leaves, they maintain extraordinary balance. Thanks to their retractable claws, padded paws, and highly flexible bodies, they can react instantly to unpredictable terrain. Leopards in Nyerere have been recorded reaching speeds of up to 58 kilometers per hour and can leap as high as 3 meters. An adult can weigh between 50 and 70 kilograms, enough to bring down mid-sized prey such as impala, bushbuck, or even full-grown warthogs. But after a kill, they don't feed immediately. Instead, they drag the carcass into a tree or wedge it deep into a rock crevice, both to preserve it and to protect it from opportunists like the spotted hyena. In fact, data from the Selous Nyerere region shows that hyenas can steal up to 50% of kills if the leopard doesn't stash the meal quickly enough. A single leopard can survive up to 13 days on one medium-sized primate, consuming between 1.7 and 2.5 kilograms of meat per day, depending on size and sex. Surveys from 2024 and 2025 confirmed that leopards roam across wide ranges with relatively little conflict. This is largely due to their instinct to retreat and their ability to live in isolation, deep in areas where neither humans nor other predators easily reach. They may lack the support of a pride and don't rely on seasonal hunting booms, but that's exactly what makes them masters of survival. Unlike the solitary approach of the cheetah, the African wild dog hunts in packs, beginning with a silent, coordinated approach to their target. In a land defined by strategy and community connection, this is a brilliantly adaptive method. A 2025 camera trap study in the Selous Nyerere area recorded 141 African wild dogs across 24 packs, averaging 6 individuals per group, with some larger clans reaching up to 23 members. They are astonishing predators, boasting a success rate of 60 to 90%, far surpassing that of lions or leopards. Each hunt is a symphony of teamwork. Pack members communicate through unique vocalizations, track the position of both prey and teammates, and encourage each other to maintain stamina. With top speeds of up to 65 kilometers per hour, they can pursue prey over distances of 2 to 4 kilometers, gradually exhausting it and trapping it through collective tactics. Living in tightly knit packs, they move in formation and shift territories seasonally, often using abandoned aardvark or warthog dens for breeding. What truly stands out is their pack-wide parenting style. Stronger members regurgitate food to feed the pups and even other adults, showcasing a remarkable sense of unity and care. With approximately 800 to 1,000 individuals in Nyerere, the largest known population in Africa, these African wild dog packs sweep across the savannah like the wind, living proof of a survival story both raw and poetic. Across the savannas and open woodlands, the Angolan giraffe, also known as the smoky giraffe, uses its towering height to reach the upper canopy, where its favorite nutrient-rich leaves await. This survival advantage helps it avoid direct competition with ground-level grazers like the African buffalo or impala. However, drinking water requires a unique and awkward technique. To lower its head enough to reach the water, the giraffe must splay its front legs wide or bend at the knees, creating a vulnerable position. Earning the title of the tallest land animal on Earth comes with trade-offs. But the giraffe compensates with extraordinary internal adaptations. A complex network of valves in its veins and arteries along the neck regulates blood pressure, preventing a sudden rush of blood to the brain when it bends down. Its powerful heart, weighing up to 11 kilograms, pumps blood at high pressure to circulate throughout a body that can reach up to 6 meters in height. During the rainy season, giraffes can easily find shallow pools, though they often prefer to hydrate through moisture-rich leaves from acacia and commiphora trees. In the dry season, when water sources are scarce, they take greater risks approaching waterholes, making them more susceptible to ambushes by nearby lions or Nile crocodiles. Still, thanks to their high tolerance for dehydration, giraffes can go without drinking for 2 to 3 days, maintaining hydration through the moisture absorbed from their leafy diet. Shifting your gaze across the marshy terrain, you're likely to spot the lechwe, an antelope species native to wetlands, known for its graceful gait and astonishing speed over soft, muddy ground. Its longer hind legs give it a spring-loaded advantage, allowing it to leap and accelerate across mud without sinking. When necessary, the lechwe can reach speeds of up to 48 kilometers per hour, fast enough to escape predators like lions or spotted hyenas, even in terrain that seems disadvantageous. Finally, one figure cloaked in silence, yet no less formidable: the rock python, Africa's largest snake. Rock pythons hunt through ambush, often lurking in the shadows along trails used by small antelope like duikers, hares, or monkeys. They don't rely on venom. Instead, they strike with precision, seize their prey in a powerful bite, and then coil their massive bodies around it. Their constriction force can exceed 90,000 newtons per square meter, enough to shut down a circulatory system in moments. With flexible jaws and a highly expandable jaw joint, they can swallow prey up to twice their own body width. Digestion takes anywhere from several days to a few weeks, during which the python remains nearly motionless, staying hidden to conserve energy and avoid exposure. Their defensive strategy is equally discreet: a warning hiss, a tightly coiled body, and a readiness to strike back if provoked. With thick skin and muscular flexibility, the rock python is built to withstand impact and defend itself with remarkable efficiency. 2024 study in the similarly flooded Okavango region showed that lechwe rely almost entirely on seasonal wetlands for both breeding and foraging, particularly during the rainy months from November to April. Though their numbers are lower in Nyerere compared to savanna-dwelling antelope, lechwe play a key role in the food web and serve as ecological indicators of the health and stability of the park's seasonal wetland systems. One of the most striking sights in this ecosystem is the bold striping on the body of the plains zebra. Its contrasting pattern stands out against the lush green landscape following the rains, like spontaneous brushstrokes across the vibrant canvas of the seasonal wetlands and floodplains. Equus quagga often gathers in large herds on these moist grasslands after the first seasonal showers, where young, nutrient-rich grasses sprout in abundance. They frequently travel alongside antelope species such as impala and lechwe, benefiting from early danger detection provided by their alert companions. Zebras play the role of path clearers in the ecosystem. By grazing on the taller grasses, they make way for smaller herbivores to access the tender growth beneath. According to 2024 survey data from the Selous-Nyerere region, plains zebra populations peak between December and March, coinciding with the height of the rainy season. During the dry months, they retreat to areas with deeper water sources or move along riverbanks. Their unique stripes serve more than just individual identification. They also help deter biting flies like horseflies and regulate body temperature, a crucial adaptation in the seasonally hot and humid environment of this region. A common bird in the seasonal wetlands and floodplains of Nyerere National Park, the African jacana is often referred to by its evocative nickname, the bird that walks on water. With oversized feet and unusually long toes, it can tread lightly on floating vegetation without sinking, appearing to glide effortlessly across the water's surface. This behavior is not only a marvel of ecological adaptation, but it also allows jacanas to fully exploit shallow waters filled with floating water hyacinths, areas that are often difficult for other species to access. They forage for insects, small snails, and planktonic creatures, playing an important role in controlling bottom-dwelling organisms and maintaining the microbial balance in these temporary waters. Jacanas are also unique in their reproductive strategy. Females mate with multiple males, while males take on the full responsibility of incubating eggs and caring for the young, a rare model among birds. Data from 2024 recorded over 30 waterbird species breeding within this same ecosystem in Nyerere, including the black-winged stilt, white-faced whistling duck, and squacco heron. This highlights the critical importance of wetland zones in preserving waterbird diversity. Delicate in appearance yet remarkably adaptive, the African jacana is a vivid symbol of the fragile but fiercely resilient life that pulses through these seasonal marshlands. Summer is a season of recovery. Caribou herds head to high mountain zones where cool breezes and fewer insects provide a much-needed refuge from mosquitoes, horseflies, and biting flies. Calves begin learning key survival skills, keeping pace with the herd, selecting tender forage, and recognizing predator tracks. It's also a period of rapid physical growth as they prepare for the long migration south toward the boreal forest and tundra in the fall. Meanwhile, adult caribou focus on storing fat and nutrients, gaining an average of 10 to 15% of their body weight thanks to the abundance of summer vegetation. Caribou cluster in groups, using the high mountain ridges to avoid insect swarms and reduce predation risk from grizzly bears or gray wolves. Strong alpine winds lower insect density, allowing them to graze more than 10 kilograms of vegetation each day with minimal disturbance. It's a delicate transitional phase, building strength for the calves, reinforcing herd health, and stockpiling energy for the southbound autumn migration soon to come. When porcupine caribou enter new summer habitats, they may cross paths with the elusive hoary marmot, a rare sight, as this species hibernates for up to 8 months and is only active for a brief summer window. Easily recognized by their chubby bodies and silvery gray fur, hoary marmots inhabit rocky slopes and alpine meadows across the alpine tundra and coastal foothills. Summer is their only season for mating, raising young and building fat reserves. They graze on grasses, wildflowers, and roots, staying active throughout the long northern daylight hours. According to the Yukon government in 2024, this is also when marmots are at their most socially active, often standing watch and sounding distinctive warning calls when danger is near. As key players in high-altitude ecosystems, the hoary marmot stands as one of Yukon's most spirited symbols of summer. In summer, Dall's sheep make a bold return, populating steep cliffs across the alpine tundra and expanding into nearby low foothills. These rugged landscapes are their signature habitat, terrain that only true mountain climbers dare to tread, where low plants like sedges, willows, and mountain avens form the primary diet of this mountain-dwelling species. Dall's sheep are distinctive in appearance, with a winter coat up to 2 centimeters thick, shoulder height of about 1.5 meters, and body weight ranging from 100 to 110 kilograms, females being notably lighter. The ram's dramatic spiraled horns serve both as symbols of dominance during rut season and as defense against predators like golden eagles, grizzly bears, and gray wolves. Summer marks the lambing season, when ewes give birth and raise their young on high cliffs, where safety is paramount. Research shows that lamb survival is closely linked to the NDVY, Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, an indicator of plant greenness, where earlier plant growth greatly improves survival odds. Summer is also when these sheep rely on treacherous terrain to reduce predator pressure, a clear strategic choice in their survival playbook. Dall's sheep play a vital ecological role. By grazing on sedges, willows, and mosses, they help regulate alpine vegetation dynamics. Their shifting between elevation zones also reflects an adaptive response to climate change, as shrubs steadily push higher into the mountains, potentially impacting future food availability for the species. Also, a master of the vertical world, the mountain goat reigns over Yukon's sheer cliffs during the brief summer months. Equipped with square, sharp hooves and flexible footpads, mountain goats grip rock faces steeper than 60 degrees with ease, moving gracefully at elevations of several thousand meters. With a body length around 1.4 meters and an average weight of 70 kilograms, Yukon's estimated 1,500 individuals are considered true mountaineering icons. Summer is their sole active season. Like the hoary marmot, mountain goats enter deep hibernation through the cold months, awakening by late May and remaining active for only about 90 days to give birth, forage, and build up fat reserves before winter returns. Starting in June, nannies give birth to kids on secure cliff ledges, then guide them upward, teaching the young to climb and forage on alpine vegetation similar to that of Dall's sheep, all within rugged high-altitude terrain. Their superior climbing and clinging abilities help them avoid nearly all predators. Only golden eagles, gray wolves, and grizzly bears pose potential threats, and even these are rarely able to reach goats in their steep habitats. When threatened, mountain goats instinctively flee upward or press against the cliff face, using the landscape as a natural shield, escaping danger through sheer reflex and terrain mastery. They also shift their range seasonally. While summer keeps them in alpine heights, they descend slightly in winter to find milder refuge areas and access mineral licks for essential nutrients. This remarkable adaptability to Yukon's harsh terrain and climate underscores their role as true high-altitude survivors. A true icon of the sky, summer is also peak breeding season for the golden eagle. On steep, wind-swept cliffs, these raptors build their nests from large branches, reused and expanded over the years. Nests are placed in sheltered spots with broad visibility, far from predators and ideal for raising and training young. From late April through July, a golden eagle pair typically raises 1 to 2 eaglets, carefully incubated, warmed, and fed. But rearing is not simply feeding. It's a full-fledged training journey. In the early weeks, eaglets flap their wings weakly, waiting for food. By weeks 7 to 9, the parents begin encouraging stronger wing beats, short hops between ledges, and even trial flights in tight spaces. Some parents drop live prey into the nest, teaching eaglets to respond, strike, and dispatch on their own. This flight and hunting training phase is when essential survival skills are forged. The mother eagle will glide in front of the eaglet, sometimes mock striking to trigger reflexes, pushing it to adjust altitude and direction mid-air. Gradually, eaglets join short hunting flights, observing tactics and mimicking approach techniques. Once the nest is secure, golden eagles embark on full hunting missions, employing a variety of strategies tailored to specific prey. For marmots, they use contour flight with short glide, flying low along terrain just 1 to 5 meters above ground, then diving swiftly when the target appears, gripping the neck or head with powerful talons. For Dall's sheep lambs, they opt for low, stealthy approaches, latching onto the back or neck and holding for minutes, long enough to exhaust and subdue the young sheep. When facing larger prey like adult mountain goats, they may use the knock-off cliff strategy, leveraging steep terrain to destabilize and send the target tumbling into rock crevices. For young or weakened goats, they revert to the close-grip ambush used on lambs. Strategic flexibility, speed, strength, and sharp intelligence make the golden eagle a relentless aerial threat to any creature light enough and vulnerable enough to be taken. More than just a hunter of one species, they exert ecological pressure that shapes the distribution of marmots, fox kits, and even mountain lambs across the tundra landscape. Even though these wild species have found strongholds to call home, they are well aware that their sanctuary is growing fragile. Over the past 2 decades, poaching has taken a heavy toll. According to the Worldwide Fund for Nature and Traffic, between 2006 and 2014, the elephant population in the Selous Nyerere region plummeted from over 109,000 to roughly 15,000 individuals. A deeper challenge stems from the Rufiji River, the lifeblood nourishing this entire ecological zone. The Julius Nyerere hydropower project, with a planned capacity exceeding 2,000 megawatts, is transforming this ancient river into a national energy hub. But in exchange for electricity, the wetlands and floodplains are paying the price. Regulating the river's flow threatens the natural flood cycles that are critical for the reproduction of hundreds of species of migratory birds, freshwater fish, amphibians, and native insects. UNESCO has repeatedly warned that without maintaining this natural water rhythm, the area risks losing its biological value. Along the park's western and southern edges, mining projects are quietly gaining ground. Around 12 areas have been licensed for uranium, gold, and other precious mineral exploration, disrupting migration corridors for species like the African elephant, lion, and wild dog. Buffer zones, once vital biological shields protecting the ecosystem, are being fragmented by roads, infrastructure, and growing human presence. Climate change is compounding the uncertainty. Recent data from the East African Meteorological Institute shows the rainy season across the Rufiji Basin now arrives 2 to 3 weeks later than average, while dry season temperatures have risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius over the past decade. These changes disrupt breeding cycles, migration timing, and even food chain dynamics throughout the wild. Yet another dry season has passed. During its final weeks, the grasses of the Katisunga plains have turned an ash-gray hue, brittle and prone to ignition. The scent of saline dust mingles with the aroma of natural decay to create a heavy atmosphere. This is the moment to determine who shall continue to compose the next chapter of the lineage. Situated in seclusion in western Tanzania, Katavi, covering 4,471 square kilometers, is one of Africa's most pristine and untouched sanctuaries. Local residents believe that Katavi is named after Katabi, a legendary hunter. He has become a sacred spirit, whose presence is said to still dwell within the tamarind trees. It is recounted that Katabi and his wife continue to watch over this landscape, witnessing the continuity of existence through the centuries. The geography of Katavi is shaped by the Katuma River and 2 parched lake beds, Katavi and Rukwa. During the rainy season, this is a lush sanctuary with immense flooded plains. Yet in October, the peak of the dry season, the Katuma River remains only as a dense stretch of silt, heavy with the scent of sulfur and organic remains. Temperatures can exceed 40 degrees Celsius, transforming the air into a dense thermal veil that tests the resolve of every living soul. The water has run dry, but testosterone is boiling. Male impalas no longer have time for idle wandering. They stand on the threshold of a great upheaval. Under the harshest ecological conditions, they shift to the lek system. It is simply a stage to display raw power and compete for the attention of the females. To intimidate rivals and attract mates, the male impala possesses a retractable larynx. It allows them to extend their vocal tract by an additional 91 millimeters, creating thunderous roars and snorts that echo up to 2 kilometers away. When the females appear, the ritual begins. Through the flamen response, the male identifies those ready to mate. But the throne is constantly stalked by aspirant males. They wait for the moment the territorial male is preoccupied with driving off rivals to execute sneak matings. A dark humiliation for the lord of the land, yet the cunning wisdom of the outsider. The throne at the impala's neck is a slow sentence of physical decline. Dominance comes with a massive physiological toll that renders the duration of territorial possession brief, lasting less than 4 months in some regions. To assert authority, the male must constantly deter bachelors and react vigorously toward any perceived intrusions. Fat reserves vanish, and body mass undergoes a severe reduction. He no longer has time for social grooming, leaving his body vulnerable to a tick population 6 times higher than that of the females. The loss of vitality is the price paid to ensure the lineage continues. Upon reaching total fatigue or facing displacement, the individual enters a transitional phase lasting about 1 week. He maintains a facade of assertiveness, but no longer possesses a territory. It is a bitter state of limbo before officially reintegrating into the bachelor herd to rest, recover, and await the next breeding season. Yet the challenges do not only arise from his own kind. In areas heavily impacted by illegal harvesting, human pressure has distorted the very fabric of social structure. As hornless females are sought after, multi-gender herds decline sharply, leaving behind massive bachelor groups characterized by heightened vigilance. They are forced to temper their internal rivalries, altering their biological rhythms to evade the presence of those who hunt them. Situated in northern Namibia, Etosha National Park spans more than 22,000 square kilometers. Encircling its heart, the Etosha Pan, an immense salt lake that evaporated thousands of years ago, so vast it remains clearly visible from space. The legend of the Haikom people recounts that this basin was formed from the tears of a grieving mother after her entire village faced upheaval. Geologically, this was once part of an expansive lake system nourished by the Kunene River, before shifts in the Earth's crust caused the river to alter its course, leaving behind a 120-kilometer pristine white salt scar. Persistence here revolves around the waterholes. These are social intersections where species are compelled to meet. In Etosha, the pressure from those who seek quarry and the scarcity of resources have transformed zebras into entities with a social structure of unwavering discipline. The journey of a zebra prince begins within the safeguard of a stallion and the network of mares in the breeding herd. Depending on the lineage within their veins, the moment of parting arrives at different intervals. For plain zebras, between 12 and 25 months is when they must depart, often just as their mother welcomes a new life. For mountain zebras, the farewell occurs later, around the 22nd to 24th month. At times, the lead stallion will attempt to discourage his son from departing in a complex effort of preservation. Specifically for gravy zebras, the young may rely on their mother's presence until reaching 3 years of age. But sooner or later, as they step away from the maternal herd, These young males remain too inexperienced to establish an empire on their own. They choose to rely on one another, joining bachelor groups to counter the reach of the shadows lurking within the thorn thickets. Each day, the Etosha Savannah becomes an arena for spirited play fights. They simulate the most intense confrontations. These interactions follow a golden standard, the 50-50 rule. To ensure the play does not transition into genuine conflict and to maintain cohesion, each individual must have an equal opportunity to prevail or gain the advantage. This is how they learn to maintain equilibrium, acquiring the skills for encounter without harming the companions who will stand by them in the trials ahead. In this demanding realm, the vigilance of the bachelor zebra is always maintained at its peak. As time passes, upon reaching age 4 or 5, the drive to establish their own path awakens. They begin to discreetly lead away young females during their initial cycle or execute a direct succession, challenging and displacing the dominant male to claim the entire group. For Greavy's zebras, the contest is more territorial in nature. They will secure strategic lands of approximately 6 square kilometers near water sources, patiently standing like sovereigns, awaiting their queens to pass by to establish a new dynasty. If one were to select a place where existence evolves more rapidly than the stride, it would be the expanse stretching along East Africa. From the highlands of Ethiopia down to the basins of Kenya and Tanzania. The landscape here was fractured by geological shifts from millions of years ago. Here, adaptation no longer resides solely in physical strength, but within the intricate folds of the cerebral cortex. Within the cultures of local tribes and even ancient Egyptian mythology, the baboon serves as a symbol of wisdom and at times a figure of cunning resourcefulness. And in East Africa, the environment does not merely provide sustenance, it provides a political landscape. The arrival of the rainy season brings abundance, yet it also intensifies the level of rivalry. In a domain where adversaries may remain concealed within the foliage above, persistence depends entirely upon fragile trust or looming betrayal. Within the troop, the male baboon inherits a social network from his maternal lineage. He learns the art of interaction with the most influential figures beneath the sanctuary of his family. Yet, as testosterone begins to surge, a divergence emerges. He departs from his mother's embrace more rapidly than his sisters, initiating periods of practice with peers in play that foreshadows a demanding future. In the formidable savanna regions, species belonging to the COKY group, including chacma baboons, olive baboons, and yellow baboons, require their sons to depart the troop upon reaching maturity. Conversely, in multi-level societies such as those of the Guinea baboon or Hamadryas baboon, the males choose to remain. They establish a more cohesive empire where ancestral bonds diminish the occurrence of severe confrontations. Within the baboon kingdom, the bonds among males fluctuate significantly according to the culture of each species. For the chacma baboon, the troop operates as a resolute regime. Males demonstrate their vitality to establish the social order. For the olive baboon and yellow baboon, troops represent fluctuating social markets. Subordinate males establish temporary coalitions to challenge the lead figure, so that when the alpha falters, the opportunity to approach females belongs to the most resourceful individual. As for the Guinea baboon, the troop is a rare sanctuary of harmony. Here, connections among males are established upon equity and longevity, regardless of ancestral ties. Yet regardless of the social framework, beneath the imposing presence of the alpha male lies a significant toll. They endure elevated levels of glucocorticoids. Continuous confrontations and the pressure of maintaining their standing cause them to undergo epigenetic aging more rapidly than any other in the troop. These sovereigns typically experience a more concise existence and a weathered countenance in exchange for a few brief years of governance over the realm. To preserve connections and alleviate tension, male baboons engage in high-stakes diddling greeting rituals. This conduct follows the bond-testing hypothesis, where daring to offer one's vulnerability to another serves as a testament of trust. In sociable species like the Guinea baboon, diddling occurs frequently in a relaxed manner, with full physical interaction in 93.4% of instances. Meanwhile, in the olive baboon and yellow baboon, the ritual remains hesitant and inquisitive. As for the more assertive species like the chacma, diddling is scarce, occurring only 0.088 times per hour, and as many as 65% of these interactions are abandoned midway because the risk of a severe physical encounter is simply too great. While the sovereigns of the grasslands are preoccupied with their successions of power, to the east of the Serengeti, a different form of coalition is taking shape. These individuals do not rely on sheer force to establish their presence. They possess an instrument more elemental and refined. The name Namiri in Swahili translates to big cat. For 20 years, between 1994 and 2014, this region remained a restricted sanctuary for visitors to preserve and revitalize the cheetah population. This serves as the Formula One circuit of the natural world, where the level terrain allows the cheetah to reach its peak velocity without the constraint of obstacles. Yet, this openness also implies that no creature can remain concealed within the shadows. Only two paths remain: to be the subject of pursuit, or to become the one who leads the chase. The true prowess of the cheetah does not lie in solitary strides. It is sustained by the profound pact of brotherhood. Reaching maturity at approximately 2 years of age, females depart to embrace a solitary life. However, the males, typically siblings, choose to remain together for the duration of their lives, formally establishing a coalition. Should a male be an only son or lose his siblings, he may actively seek and align with other wandering males from different lineages. Occasionally, a coalition can consist of up to 5 members, exemplified by the prominent Tano Bora in the Maasai Mara. A coalition of 2 to 4 siblings represents an exemplary egalitarian society. This synergy elevates the success rate of the hunt from 25% for a solitary individual to an astonishing 60%. They do not merely pursue small gazelles, but can also overcome mature wildebeests or zebras. Consequently, sustenance is more abundant and the cheetah is better equipped to manage the kleptoparasitism of hyenas or lions. Within the coalition, members maintain an exceptionally close bond. Should they become separated, they employ vocalizations that carry up to 2 kilometers to locate and reunite with their brothers. Cheetahs often share reproductive access to females with their partners in the coalition. This results in a state of paternity confusion. As many as 43% of cheetah litters born in the Serengeti have multiple fathers, an advantage that helps safeguard the young as the males refrain from harming offspring that could potentially be their own. However, within coalitions of unrelated males, a strict hierarchy still emerges. And if the established order is contested, intense internal disputes may arise. Situated in northern Tanzania, the Ngorongoro Conservation Area is a magnificent scar left upon the earth following a profound volcanic event more than 2 million years ago. With a basin covering approximately 260 square kilometers, this is one of the regions with the greatest density of wildlife on the planet. Featuring more than 25,000 large animals concentrated within a confined expanse. Geographically, Ngorongoro stands as the largest intact and unflooded caldera in the world. Within this basin, various species persist and navigate their challenges within this destined circle. This thermal contrast creates lush marshes interspersed with parched grasslands. The indigenous Maasai people call this place El Nkorlo, inspired by the sound of cowbells echoing throughout the basin. In local culture, Ngorongoro is likened to a Garden of Eden. But for hyenas, this resembles a prison of hierarchy rather than a sanctuary. If born to a mother of high rank within the clan, male hyenas immediately inherit a prestigious standing. Yet, as with many other social species, to avoid the complications of lineage integrity, upon reaching 3.5 years of age, approximately 85% of males are compelled to depart their home to join neighboring clans. Only 15% of those who stay with the group choose to remain. They accept the loss of prospects with younger females in exchange for a position of dominance over newcomers. The regulations for male hyenas are a dispassionate bureaucracy known as the queuing convention. The exiles, once entering a new group, must remain subordinate to all females, all young, and even the males who joined before them. This strictly follows a chronological sequence. Advancement is only granted when the individual ranked above them perishes or departs the clan. Psychological strain and nutritional scarcity. Life at the base of the queue is a succession of long days filled with scarcity and profound psychological strain. Those of the lowest standing must always wait until the end to feed. Fortunately, their formidable jaw structure and resilient digestive systems allow them to process even the most unyielding materials. Yet the toll for this persistence is a concentration of the stress hormone glucocorticoid that remains at heightened levels. They remain secluded without supporters and serve as the subjects of assertive conduct from the long-term residents. The relationships among immigrant male hyenas are generally characterized by endurance and limited physical confrontation. Males rarely engage in conflict to contest their standing. To alleviate tension and assess their connections, they frequently engage in greeting rituals. This is a high-stakes ritual used to affirm coalitions and establish a foundation for cooperation during formidable situations. Nevertheless, assertive behaviors may still occur, often initiated by established males to regulate the number of new arrivals or to secure access to sustenance. High-ranking and long-term resident males frequently strengthen their alliances with one another or with the dominant females. Their objective is to preserve the stability of the queue and discipline any lower-ranking male attempting to advance out of turn. The strategy for persistence among male hyenas ultimately centers on endurance rivalry. Due to the intricate biological structure of the females, any form of insistence is ineffective. The male must employ humility, deference, and seek the favor of the female over many seasons. On average, A wanderer must endure 2.4 years within the lower tiers of society before successfully fostering his first lineage. Those less resolute often depart after 4 years without achieving their goal. Yet the most steadfast individuals employ the shadowing tactic, consistently cultivating a bond with high-ranking females. They discourage lower-ranking rivals and safeguard her from unwelcome presence, awaiting a moment of acceptance to perpetuate their lineage.